following is a production of Cary TV, the Town of Cary's government access channel.
Call to order the March 28th meeting of the Cary Town Council, and at this time I would like to recognize our Mayor Pro Tem for the ceremonial opening. Ms. Adcock.
Thank you, Mayor. April is Donate Life Month. I'm an organ donor, and my council colleague Jack Smith is a transplant recipient. Organ donation is an issue very close to both of our hearts. Transplantation is one of the most remarkable success stories in the history of medicine. But despite continuing advances in medicine and technology, the need for organs and tissue is vastly greater than the number available for transplantation. Currently, more than 115,000 U.S. men, women, and children are waiting for organ transplants. Despite continuing efforts at public education, misconceptions and inaccuracies about donation persist. I want to leave you with 3 facts that I hope will spur the idea of organ donation for those who are watching this broadcast. Anyone can be a potential donor, regardless of age, race, or medical history. All major religions in the United States support organ, eye, and tissue donation and see it as the final act of love and generosity toward others. And there is no cost to the donor or their family for organ or tissue donation. I hope you'll consider joining me in becoming an organ donor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That brings us to item A3. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now move to the consent agenda. That's item B. For the benefit of those watching on TV, we're going to take a moment to read our consent agenda items. Keep in mind that one vote approves all of these items. The consent agenda includes approval of the minutes, ratifying the resolution granting development plan approval for the Cary Park medical offices, and calling for public hearings on owner-initiated annexations. Would council members like to pull any of these items from the consent agenda for discussion? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're now at item C1. Mr. Frantz, our council liaison to Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Board, will present the Fit Cary proclamation. Mr. Frantz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask Mr. Sam Trogdon and Carol Mitchell to please join me at the podium. Thank you for being here. Good to see you, Sam. For those of you, I'm sure you all know Sam. He's the director of the Bond Park Community Center, and he's also heading up the Fit Cary initiative for us, doing a phenomenal job. And Ms. Carol Mitchell, she is a member of the Advocates for Health and Action. She's employed with Wake County Cooperative Extension and is a regional leader in promoting healthy eating and living. And it's my honor to present the proclamation recognizing April 2013 as Fit Cary Month in the town of Cary. Whereas the town of Cary is designated a gold level fit community, a bronze level bicycle friendly community, and a bronze level walk friendly community. Whereas regular physical activity has curative and protective health benefits, which can improve the quality of life for everyone in Cary. A healthier population also means long-term cost savings for our society at large. Whereas our children need regular physical activity to establish positive health habits and prevent future chronic conditions such as obesity. The combination of healthy, active lifestyles and healthy eating are critical for everyone to maintain good health and prevent disease. Whereas representatives of the National Physical Activity Plan call on organizations and individuals to recognize the importance of physical activity. They encourage citizens to walk, bike, or use public transportation as a healthy, environmentally friendly mode of transportation. They encourage workplaces to provide more physical activity opportunities for their employees. The Town of Cary Parks Recreation and Cultural Resources Department provides hundreds of physical activities and health-related programs each month for our citizens. Now, therefore, I, Don Frantz, on behalf of Harold Weinbrecht Jr., Mayor of the Town of Cary, and all of the Cary Town Council, do hereby proclaim April 2013 as Fit Cary Month in the Town of Cary, North Carolina, and I encourage all citizens to become more physically active and support policies and programs that help them do so. Proclaim this 28th day of March 2013.
Thank you very much for having us this evening, and I just want to say our work aligns really nicely with the town of Cary. We want to thank you for your support in helping us create healthy communities, specifically healthy access to healthy food and opportunities to be physically active. Specifically, thank you very much for designating April as Fit Cary Month, and thank you so much for all the great facilities that we all love and enjoy in Cary, all the greenways and parks and recreational centers and programs. We certainly enjoy all of those. And just wanted to let you know that I work with Sam in many different ways, and through Sam, our work, Cary Parks and Rec and Cultural Resources is really considered a leader in Wake County. We work with all the municipalities, so we count on Sam to lead the way, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand before you, and thank you for allowing April to be Fit Cary Month. I just wanted to highlight some of the programs and opportunities that are available. In the month of April, we're partnering with Wake Med Cary Hospital. We will be having a walk with Wake Med with Mix 101.5 on Sunday, April 14th. We will also have head-to-toe screenings at Wake Med Hospital, which are free, which will be on Thursday, April 18th. And we'll be partnering with Advocates for Health and Action on Tuesday, April 30th at the Cary Arts Center to show a documentary, Weight of the Nation, and have a discussion with panel experts afterwards to talk about how we in Cary can continue to promote healthy living. So again, thank you for making April Fit Cary Month, and I hope to see each and every one of you out doing some type of event or physical activity in April. Thank you.
You can count on it, Ms. Trogdon, and thank you for all you do for the town of Cary, for fitness and health, and Ms. Mitchell for helping our community with the healthy lifestyle. We appreciate all your efforts, and I know I take them to heart. I'm a fitness nut, so I love it. So thank you very much. That takes us to our next item, which is Sunshine Week, and I'll recognize Mr. Shiver for the manager's operational update with Sunshine Week. Mr. Shiver.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. As your agenda reads, This time on this evening's agenda is recognition of the Finance Department Director, Karen Mills, for having the highest percentage of staff participation in Sunshine Week activities. Sunshine Week, as I believe Council knows, was held March 10 through the 16th, and this year we focused our educational efforts on three things: public records law, the importance of records management, and our culture at the town regarding responding to records requests, particularly in trying to make those requests comprehensive in the response that has been requested and to do them in a timely manner. More than 300 staff members participated in the week-long open government celebration by spending their time participating in programs offered by the clerk's office. Part of our Sunshine Week plan this year includes recognition of the department director who had the highest percentage of staff participate in the week-long activities. So I'm very proud to announce that our finance director, Karen Mills, attained 95% staff participation in these activities. And she has a fairly sizable department, so I think that's a significant achievement. And I know Karen would want me to add that the only reason she didn't achieve 100% is because a couple of her staff had previously planned absences that week. They just simply could not be there. Karen is on vacation this week, so she's not with us this evening. But I wanted to report this to you tonight, which is a direct reflection on Karen's leadership in the finance department and also throughout our organization. I want to thank council and tell you how much I and staff appreciate council's leadership and philosophy regarding open government and your support of the town participating in the Sunshine Week national initiative. And I would be remiss if I didn't add a few words about who makes all of this happen, who is Sue Rowland, our town clerk. As the council, I think it is aware, but for the benefit of our citizens in the audience, as well as watching from home, they should know that Sue and her staff spend a considerable amount of time each year developing a week-long program, implementing that program. And as each of you know, Sue has a real knack for educating and making it fun at the same time. On Friday of that week, the staff was able to participate in our Final Four basketball tournament ourselves among the town staff, and it was a great time for all the staff. So, you know, I would be remiss if I didn't point out what Sue has done in developing this program for our organization. I think as council is aware, she has gained and because of her recognition, the town has gained recognition for being a leader in this area of transparency in our organization throughout the state. So Sue, in addition to Karen and her support and participation, I want to thank you for developing that program and developing it to the point that is such a strong part of what we do organizationally. And Mayor, with that, I would like to move into the operational report and first call on Scott Fogelman, our budget director, to review our status of expenditures and revenues through the current fiscal year.
Good evening, Council. As we typically do, we'll express this for operating margin associated with the general fund, and that incorporates most of our non-water and sewer operations. And we'll define operating margin in terms of revenues, less expenditures, leading to operating margin. And we'll do this in graphical format, working our way from left to right. Our scale is in millions of dollars. The black bars represent margin growth or performance better than budget expectations for the year, and red bars representing margin decline. We had our adopted fiscal year 2013 budget with adopted operating margin of 0. We have a new first place holder this month. Our building permit fee revenue continues to perform very well. Last month we reported that we had already achieved 100% of our annual budget amount. Strong performance has continued, so at this point we're predicting about $620,000 or 21% better than our budget performance for the year. Sales tax revenue, we're at the same spot we were last month. December results came into us, and out of $2.5 million in revenue for the month, we missed it by $11,000. So we were almost right on it. So therefore, our year-end estimate remains the same at $420,000, better than budget for the year. Tax collections in terms of ad valorem, we continue to expect those to be better than our budgetary experience, $410,000, representing a collection rate of about 99.4% for the year. Our tax billings ended up netting out of $57 million better in billings. We predict that will result in about $190,000 better than our revenue expectation for tax billings. Our variable rate debt continues to receive very favorable interest rates in the market. This past month, we're paid 0.115% on about $40 million of variable rate debt, so still very strong performance, leading us to predict about $130,000 better than budget performance. Our privilege license fee revenue, about $70,000 expected better than budget for the year. Our one red bar, legal contracted services, we had to make a mid-year appropriation to cover some of the necessary contractual expenses associated with making sure our legal fees were handled appropriately. And then our year-end operating margin updated to $1.09 million, which represents out of a $121.8 million budget, about 0.9% better. And this is about $248,000 better than our year-end operating margin that we reported to you last month. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Shiver for the completion of the update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Mayor, with your permission, I have a few other things that I would like to mention. One of those, and the first thing I'd like to mention, is the repair on the Cary Parkway culvert. A few items to mention in regard to that project. Construction begins today. I think the media accounts have made clear that this is a North Carolina Department of Transportation maintained roadway. Contract has been let for just under $500,000. And as I said, construction begins today. They anticipate that all lanes will be closed this coming Monday, and a detour for that project will be posted on our website for people who are interested in seeing that, who travel that particular roadway. And they have an estimated completion date of April the 14th for that project. So fairly quick to do a fairly significant repair to that roadway. Would also like to mention a few facts about the roundabout construction on West Chatham Streets and Old Apex Road. Construction is moving along in a very but fairly brisk way. I think the contractor, if any of you have been by that, you can see that
It's round.
Yes, it's moving right along, and it's formed up quite well. Anybody who travels west on Chatham going out of town there, you can see how it has formed up very well. So we're anticipating that to be complete sometime in June or July timeframe. Would also like to mention that the construction for the roundabout at East Chatham and Old Durham Road, sort of on the opposite end of town, is now anticipated to begin around April the 15th. Originally, we had that back a little bit earlier, but it now appears that that will be the start date, and that could move just a little bit. So just wanted to give you a brief update on that. Also wanted to point out, because we have completed a major project at the Wake Med Soccer Park, I think there were media accounts about an exhibition game between the Railhawks at the facility, and we had a crowd of about 8,000 people there. So that exceeded what our old capacity was. So already we have seen the benefit of the expanded stadium and being able to accommodate that many people. Mayor, I'd also like to mention a few items that relate to legislation from our General Assembly and point out that yesterday was Town Hall Day, in which some of our staff, Lana High, myself, and 2 council members, Ms. Bush and Ms. Robinson, attended pretty much the whole day. They had events going from the morning all the way through the end of the afternoon. There are a number of bills that I want to point out because they're really very significant, and I want to say that I'm very pleased that we have begun seeing some media coverage of some of these critical bills. They're going to be very important for Cary and can have significant impacts on the look and feel of our town and how we operate as a town, as well as other communities across our state. One bill which I think each of you are familiar with is House Bill 150, which pertains to zoning and design and aesthetic controls. And basically what that bill would do is to remove authority for cities to enact certain and maintain certain kinds of regulations related to building aesthetics unless agreed to by the property owner. There's a similar Senate bill in there. We believe, staff believes, that that could have a significant impact on our ability to maintain the look and feel of Cary and to maintain standards and the character of the community. And one thing that especially troubles us about this type of legislation as Cary moves, I think in the not too distant future, more to infill development, it would have we believe, a significant impact on infill and redevelopment, as we would not be able to create the standards to harmonize with existing surrounding neighborhoods as we move more to infill development. So I think that's something that council needs to think about very closely, and what our continuing response needs to be on that type of legislation. And historically, Cary has used that kind of regulation to create the community that we have today. I would also like to point out a bill that is now moving through the legislature that has gotten a lot of attention statewide, but I don't think people may recognize how it could impact us. And that's the debate over the Charlotte Regional Airport Authority and transfers the ownership of the airport from the city of Charlotte to a newly created authority. What is of concern for us as well as other cities in North Carolina is that the Office of the State Treasurer has issued a letter that indicates that this kind of legislation could have an impact on North Carolina municipal bond market. That's the whole bond market for the entire state. And the fact that a local government, North Carolina local government issuer of bonds has lost ownership and control of an asset as a result of General Assembly action would have to be disclosed in the official statement of any future revenue bond offerings and could potentially have some impact on that bond rating. I want to be clear that we don't know that that would be the case, but it does at least raise that question. Would also like to mention 2 bills, both Senate bills. They take different approaches. One is a business tax reduction and reforms, which is a bill that eliminates the privilege license taxes imposed on businesses. There is another bill, Senate 394, that is a broader bill that deals with the entire tax structure in North Carolina local government and state government, that also has a provision about the privilege license tax. I think the key thing to look at there is simply the reduction, the potential for reduction in our revenues. The General Assembly has been very conscious of not taking local government revenues in any manner, and we're very grateful for that because they seem to be focused on that. However, these 2 bills would, we understand the genesis for them and the concern about them, but they would potentially reduce revenues for us. So I think we just need to be prepared in the event that these garner some strength and move through, that we could be faced with some possible revenue impacts from that. The final one I would like to mention, Mayor, is House Bill 264. It eliminates our extraterritorial jurisdiction. We also understand the issues involved there, and basically what that does is eliminate our control over land use or development in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, which is jointly agreed to by the town of Cary and Wake County. One of the key points I think we need to keep in mind is that the town has made significant investment in infrastructure in the extraterritorial jurisdiction in preparation for development we anticipate in those areas. So eliminating the ETJ means that development can occur that may not be harmonious to neighborhoods that are on the periphery of our corporate limits. And I think that could be of concern to the council as well as citizens who live in those areas. So I really appreciate Ms. Bush and Ms. Robinson's participation. And as I understand it, we had it was a good day. We had the opportunity to visit most of our representatives and senators and convey what council has adopted as its legislative goals. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my update.
Thank you. We now move to the public speaks out portion of our meeting. That's item D, and also item E. With both of those, there's instructions included on the agenda for speaking at these forums. If you'd like to speak at either of these forums, please take a seat in the rows to my right that are shown as reserved and follow the instructions on the agenda. Public speaks out speakers have up to 3 minutes for their comments, and speakers may speak on any topic as long as it's not a public hearing. We have the public hearings listed on the PowerPoint slide, and thanks for holding your public hearing comments till we reach the public hearing. There's a 3-minute time limit, as I said, for the public speaks out, and there's a timer on the podium, and it'll be green for the first 2.5 minutes, yellow for the last 30 seconds, and at the end of 3 minutes it will flash red, and at that time I will interrupt you and ask you to stop your comments. I thank all of our speakers in advance for adhering to the 3-minute time limit. So at this time I'll open up public speaks out for anyone who would like to speak on a topic that is not a public hearing, and I would invite the first speaker forward at this time.
I heard rumors I would be back. Anyway, I just wanted to mention, I don't always come down here, but this is the time of year where I could mention that the Western Wake Farmers Market will be starting up in 2 weeks for its summer selling period. The winter selling period, the last day is this Saturday. As we all know, the Western Wake Farmers Market is over in Carpenter Village. Cary has been very supportive of this in the past, and hopefully will continue to do that in the future. We are looking for a new place. We don't know where we're going to end up, but you all are familiar with that. So I hope everybody in Cary and on the council stops by and gets some fresh vegetables and fish, and I think we'll have a beer vendor this year, so I'm sure you'll all be there. I just wanted to mention one other thing. The reason that the Western Wake Farmers Market was created was because for many people in that area of town, the town of Cary, it was too far to come downtown to the farmers market. It was too far to go up to Carborough. It was too far to go to downtown Durham. And so some very energetic people started the Western Wake Farmers Market, which leads me into the proposition that Cary is redeveloping their downtown area, and they're going to need lots of people to get down there. And if it's not convenient for people to get down there, they just won't support it. I mean, we already know that occurs with some people in Western Wake, in the Western Cary area. So what I would recommend is that we start building up rather than out, and that way you'll be able to support not only people for your downtown area that you're developing, but also mass transit, which can be very well developed into a high-density area to support other areas. And the same thing in the Western Wake area of Cary. There's a lot of development going on. There's a lot of development going on in the park. It's going to be a very high-density, high employment area. And if we're just going to spread out, all you're doing is increasing the amount of cars on the road. And I would like to make a recommendation that in Western Cary, that it's time to start building up rather than building out, because we'll be able to put some mass transit in there to bring people to their employment center. Cars won't do it. I mean, the roads won't be able to fit all those cars that are going on now. And it just makes common sense for you to think about, start now to think about, because they're already talking about mass transit in the area. And Cary can be at the leadership, the forefront of that, if you really think about how to develop your town. Now, I know the aesthetics are important to many people in Cary, but sometimes you have to compromise, as we all know, in some of those areas. So I'm not a citizen of Cary yet. So I just put that as a friendly comments, okay? But support the Western Wake Farmers Market. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for Public Speaks Out, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Town Council, staff, and fellow citizens. I'm here tonight to thank you. Never thought you'd hear that, huh? But I'm here to thank you tonight for all the efforts that you've done with the American Tobacco Trail. You were creative in your solution to find a way to build the temporary parking at New Hope Church, and that's been a tremendous success. Those of us who use the trail and use the roads around the trail are concerned when people are loading and unloading bicycles and children and strollers on O'Kelly Chapel and on New Hope Church, and that parking has been just well received and well used. I thought it fitting that April was the fitting month, and it was fitting that I was here talking about fitness. I also want to thank you for your efforts with the Rails to Trails people and helping them and getting water to that site on the Pittard Sears. They now have that parking open, and that too, once we can get some directional signs to help people find that parking, I think will be a tremendous success. I also want to add that at our last Chatham Commissioners meeting, your staff came and presented to us your plans for the New Hope permanent parking, and I was quite impressed with that plan. I know that there's some challenges with that topography, but it's a beautiful plan, and I think it will be well received by the Western Wake and Eastern Chatham citizens. So I do want to thank you on behalf of Chatham County citizens for all of your efforts for the trail, because it is truly a wonderful facility that is well used. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Galuzzo, and I am here on behalf of Cary Players Community Theater, with which I have been involved for several years and have recently become a member of the Board of Directors. So on their behalf, I wanted to come tonight and say thank you to the Town of Cary, the Cultural Arts Advisory Board, and Cary's Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department for the support that you've given over the years and for helping make Cary Players so successful. Since 2001, Cary Players has produced more than 35 productions. That's more than 200 individual performances, sold 22,000 tickets, and involved more than 900 actors and behind-the-scenes crew and volunteer members. We've created jobs, volunteer opportunities, we've patronized local merchants, and supported other nonprofit organizations. But most importantly, we've brought excellent entertainment to downtown Cary. Recent productions include Once Upon a Mattress, A Christmas Story, and Miracle Worker, just to name a few. And I have it on very good authority that the Cary Town Clerk rarely misses a Cary Players performance. We wanted to also invite you that starting next week, we will do our final show of the 2012-2013 season. It is a very sweet comedy called Mornings at 7. This Tony Award-winning play celebrates the joys and many challenges that come when aging sisters live next door to one another. It contains a cast of colorful and quirky characters and a wonderful set. And we encourage you, the town, the council, the citizens, to come out and be that essential element in theater, the audience. Opening night is Friday, April 5th. We run for 2 weekends, ending on April 14th. And if you love a cliffhanger, Stay tuned for the announcement of the next season for Cary Players. One of the things that I love most about Cary Players is that it is a true community theater in the true sense of community. And I wanted to invite all of you to come out next season, volunteer, audition, be part of the show. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker for Public Speaks Out. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out? Seeing no one, I'll close Public Speaks Out and we'll move to public hearings. This is item E, and our first public hearing is rezoning 12 REZ 23, the Boulevard rezoning. Ms. Bierman of our staff will introduce this item. We're going to hear from our Planning and Zoning Board representative, and then we're going to hear from the applicant. After that, I'll open up the public hearing for others. The council may take action on this rezoning this evening. Ms. Bierman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request to rezone approximately 92 acres. It's owned by the state of North Carolina. The property is located on the north side of Cary Town Boulevard, south of Walnut Creek. The site is a portion of a 273-acre parcel that extends north to East Chatham Street and includes the Wake Med Soccer Park. You can also see in this slide the existing built portion of Trinity Road, which is ultimately planned to continue on to East Chatham Street. You can also see the I-40 off-ramp that is located just east of the site. Property owners within 400 feet were notified of the hearing. Notice was placed in the Cary News. The property was posted as required. We did not receive a protest petition. The existing zoning on this site is office and institutional. The site is also within the Cary Town Center Mixed-Use Overlay District, and the overlay district boundary is shown in the blue dashed line. The proposed zoning is mixed-use district. And just a little background with the mixed-use district, allowable land uses are those that are permitted with the applicable type of activity center, which in this case is a regional activity center. Dimensional standards are established by a preliminary development plan, which is included as a part of the rezoning. And general development and design standards of the LDO apply in all cases except where specific modifications are requested. The proposed uses in this case include single-family and townhome units on the west side of Trinity Road and non-residential uses that could incorporate a variety of uses on the east side of Trinity Road. The non-residential uses would include at least 2 different uses that would total 50,000 square feet at a minimum. This graphic is taken from the preliminary development plan and just shows the conceptual layout for the residential component, which is Pod A. Again, here you can see Trinity Road and a proposed collector road that would ultimately extend to Southeast Maynard, a right-in, right-out access point on Cary Town Boulevard, and also you can see in the southeast or the southwest corner a 6-acre area that the applicant proposes to dedicate as a park site. This is also taken from the PDP, and it shows 2 conceptual layouts for the non-residential pod, Pod B. The specific dimensional standards are included in the preliminary development plan and the staff report. Generally speaking, they're more of urban and pedestrian nature than a typical subdivision. And Pod B, the standards there comply with the standards that are applicable to non-residential zoning districts. The preliminary development plan does include several requested modifications to standards. These include reduced streetscape widths. The applicant also proposes to dedicate parkland rather than make a payment in lieu. There is one proposed modification to the comprehensive transportation plan where the applicant proposes to make a cash contribution rather than extend Trinity Road north to the property line. And finally, a request for modifications of several of the standard specifications and details related to the street system. Would point out here, since the Planning and Zoning Board public hearing, the applicant has withdrawn a previous request that would have increased the acreage limit for mass grading, and also did add the offer of the financial contribution for the extension or the as an alternative to extending Trinity Road. This is just some examples from the Wade, inside Wade development that illustrate some of the modifications to street sections that are being requested. The land use plan designation for this property is medium-density residential. However, it is in a mixed-use overlay district for the Cary Town Center, and in that context, and with the location, with the proximity to I-40, we do feel that more intensive development could be supported in this area, although technically it would, with the MDR, it would meet the land use plan. There are several stream buffers indicated on Cary GIS maps. Field determination of these features would be determined at the time of the site plan review. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Facility Master Plan does call for a street side trail along Trinity Road and Cary Town Boulevard and a greenway on the south side of Walnut Creek, and these are improvements that are included in the applicant's proposal. There are also 4 existing parks and 1 future park site within a 1-mile radius of this site. And the property is adjacent, as I mentioned, to the Wake Med Soccer Park, which is a major sports venue. Would point out here the Parks and Recreation Master Plan does not indicate a parkland need in the vicinity of this particular property. The transportation plan shows Cary Town Boulevard as an existing major thoroughfare, Trinity Road as a proposed major thoroughfare, and the proposed collector that will eventually extend to Southeast Maynard Road as shown in blue. There are no existing or planned transit routes adjoining the site. Per the recent revisions to the Land Development Ordinance, transportation and traffic concerns are now addressed at the time of the rezoning. In this case, a traffic study was conducted, and the preliminary development plan includes the recommended improvements from the study with exception of a right turn lane on East Chatham Street at Trinity Road. At this point, I'd like to point out 2 staff observations. First, the site is in a key location that could support more intensive development. A couple of factors related to that. This is only one of 4 regional activity centers that we have in Cary. It's adjacent to an I-40 interchange. And the activity center as a whole, when you look at the numbers for the uses that are existing there, falls below the target, well below the target for office use, and it's about mid-range with the targeted range for commercial use. And there are some numbers related to how that fits with the land use plan in your staff report in a table on page 24. Second, there's concern with the proposed parkland dedication, and Mr. McGraney, with their Parks and Recreation Director, is here to speak to that.
Thank you, Mary. Given the size of the required potential payment in lieu, we want to go in a little more detail with this for council. As Mary had indicated earlier, there's a total of 500 potential units of housing between the 2 pods, and that would total to 14.29 acres if all those were built. And again, everything I say is approximate estimates. That would be potentially an estimated value of $2.3 million. The applicant has proposed constructing 0.4 miles of greenway, which we estimate to be around $300,000. There would be a payment of $1 million if we accepted the 6.37 acre dedication, which also has a value of $1 million. What staff is contesting is that we do not want the dedication or need it, And in this slide, we've indicated that, number one, the master plan has indicated lack of a need for a park site at the site that they proposed, which is adjacent to Adams Elementary. There are 4 existing park sites within the level of service area. We also have a proposed park, Walnut Creek site, which is on the other side of Cary Town Boulevard, which is adjacent to the Triangle Aquatic Center. And of course, then the entire development is near or adjacent to Wake Med Soccer Park. I think during the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, that was talked about and compared to a park. It is a major venue. It is not a park. There are facilities there. But we just want to emphasize, though, that it is not a park. A lot of activity goes on there. We have major activities, major events. And lastly, of the 6.37 acres, 2 acres are buffer. And so we end up with 4.37 acres. So I'll answer any questions. Well, I guess I won't, but.
And at this time, I'll ask Al Swanstrom with the Planning and Zoning Board to present the board's recommendation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. You may have heard we had a fairly vigorous and extensive conversation on this project.
What happened to you during the...
How does your opponent look? That's what I want to know.
I never knew that this was a contact sport. We had a number of concerns, several of which have subsequently been addressed. We were very concerned about the mass grading. We think there's probably a very good reason for our LDO restriction at 25 acres, and we were very concerned to exceed that and impact potentially on Walnut Creek, the watershed, and the aesthetics. And so I understand there has been a change in that since we discussed this, and I hope they're coming down to the 25-acre minimum. We discussed the Trinity Road stub to the edge of the property line, and I think we were quite concerned that the developer wasn't taking responsibility for the financial cost of building that stub to the property line. And we understand that we aren't ready to build it, that we don't know how do we want to build it, that there are an awful lot of considerations yet to be taken into account before we decide how to build it. But we did think that the developer ought to do something more in terms of a payment in lieu to make certain that we were whole on that. We also had some concerns about additional traffic impact. Obviously, a project this large is going to generate some traffic. We had an awful lot of discussions about the traffic impact studies, and the TIA found a number of mitigations, which I understand are all being considered. We had one member that was a little concerned about the one mitigation that was not approved, but it seemed, in light of the fact that Trinity Road isn't going to be built now, it would be very difficult to do that mitigation. We talked about this park's dedication, and we most certainly understand that it's not where Cary wants a park, so therefore the land isn't necessarily valuable in our PRCR plan. We also talked about the fact that the applicant here is the state of North Carolina, and it appears as if they've given a fairly nice dedication to Cary in the form of a very lucrative lease for the SAS soccer park that goes on for a number of years. And so one discussion was that if this project had come in, including the SAS soccer park, sorry. You know, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I'm old. I have a hard time changing my tune. If it had come in with inclusion of that property, we might have had an entirely different discussion about park recreation set aside. We did recommend approval 6-2. We didn't think it was perfect, but we didn't want to sacrifice the pretty good at the expense of the perfect. Questions?
Maybe later. Thank you very much.
This concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is here to present more details on the project itself.
Okay, very good. At this time, I'll invite the applicant forward.
Good evening, mayors and members of council. How are you this evening? I want to start off by thanking the staff for their constant and consistent availability, their communication, the suggestions and feedback that we'd received during the vetting process and during the development of the PDP, and for helping to keep this on task throughout the entire process. It has been a long and winding road to get where we are this evening. I particularly want to take a moment and also mention the members that have worked so diligently on this rezoning team, and that would include Joy Wayman with the state of North Carolina, the Department of Administration, Bob Zumwalt and Mike Munn with the John R. McAdams Company, Glenda Topp with GST and Associates, Mike Horn with Kimley Horn, and John Myers with JPM Development. It has taken a team and a concerted effort, a lot of focus and energy to develop the PDP and the rezoning application that is in front of you this evening. Let me start off by saying that people love living in Cary, especially close to all the Cary has to offer with its historic downtown area, the Aquatic Center, the Wake Med Soccer Complex, the Cultural Arts Center, the theater renovation project in downtown, and the light rail station. For this property to become a successful complement and catalyst within the Regional Activity Center, it must have your support. And it will bring with it a renewed sense of energy and vibrancy for this area. Under Cary's current land use plan, the future designation for this property is medium density TND residential. There are no other pre-existing zoning conditions on the property, and there are no protest petitions that have been filed objecting the proposed mixed use and the preliminary development plan as it's been presented to you this evening. The rezoning petition has the support of the Village Green Owners Association and New York Properties Village Square redevelopment, which is just up the street on Maynard. Our first steps in analyzing the uses for this property included studies by 3 of the major commercial real estate brokerage firms in the Triangle area, each specializing in non-residential uses. Given that Lennar is a home builder, we asked whether or not office, retail, restaurant, commercial, hotel, or multifamily would be a best use for the Pod B portion of the property. Given that Cary's office market has over 8.6 million square feet of available space with a 14% vacancy rate, and that there's been less than 80,000 square feet of new office space built in the last 4 years, and nothing proposed for the last 2 years, office space was ruled out pretty quickly. Multifamily was strongly discouraged during the vetting process at the beginning with individual meetings with staff and again at the DRC. Among the recommended highest and best uses for the commercial component of this rezoning request are retail, restaurant, commercial, and hotel in either single or collaborative uses. Lennar has established itself as a truly unique and innovative home builder in the marketplace. And based upon the success of Lennar's award-winning community inside Wade, we understand how to build an infill community. With careful thought, our approach to the design, details, and execution, Lennar's Inside Wade, which is the model for this property, has just been recognized by the Triangle Business Journal as the top residential community in the Triangle area for 2012. We're very excited about bringing this energy and momentum to the downtown Cary Regional Activity Center. With your approval, the Boulevard represents approximately $150 million in new tax base on property that has historically not been a contributor in the town. When the Boulevard is completed, the improvements to major roads and intersections with the areas recommended by the TIA will improve overall transportation for the residents of Cary and the residents of the Boulevard. With your affirmation this evening, And as shown on the PDP that is before you, Lennar has agreed to comply with virtually all of the mitigations that were requested in the Transportation Analysis Report. Mary, can I switch to an aerial, please, for a minute? Perhaps the mixed-use overlay map for just a second? And is the mouse engaged so I can point? Or do I not have a license to operate that mouse?
Let's see that. This one?
Yeah, here or here.
Thank you for your patience. The traffic improvements that we have agreed to comply with, may I? Thank you.
Just don't touch anything else.
Okay. Include improvements along the frontage of the property on Cary Town Boulevard. Include a signalization at the intersection with Cary Town Boulevard and Trinity. The potential for 2 additional signals out here on the eastbound and westbound on and off ramps at I-40. The expanded cross-section and redevelopment of Trinity Road to a 4-lane divided median to the point right about here where it presently ends, which would be the intersection with the proposed collector that would eventually reach up here to the northwest portion of the property that you saw on the PDP. The total for these off-site traffic improvements are about $2 million that we've agreed to do with the development of this property. And I think for the benefit, overall benefit of the town and specifically the Regional Activity Center. If I can kind of back off for just a second, I'm going to step away from my script for this evening and talk just a little bit about the overall Regional Activity Center. This is a 520-acre Regional Activity Center that is comprised of a number of different uses, but let's talk generally for just a minute here. The Cary Town Center area is about a 90-acre footprint within this 520-acre area. The Village Square redevelopment is another 30 or so acres, 31.5 acres actually, right over in this area. And then the Barnes & Noble Shopping Center is over on this side, which is another almost 13 acres, which comprise 131 acres of commercial and retail within a 520-acre regional activity center. There are another 85 acres of non-commercial but non-residential use that range up in the area here and in some of the other areas that I have highlighted. And there are 3 school sites which compose about 92 acres. The only residential is here at the south end, and then townhomes up here in the Village Green Association, which, by the way, have supported this redevelopment and this rezoning, and then some apartment complexes that are in this area. In our early vetting conversations with staff, we were told that the Regional Activity Center was inadequate in its rooftop count, that there are some 25%, less than 25%, totaling some 482 homes in the Regional Activity Center, and by virtue of the calculation that staff typically uses, that number should be somewhere upwards of 2,000 home sites within the Regional Activity Center. With the addition of the homes that we are proposing on the boulevards, that would raise the count to just under 1,000. And that would bring with it a younger buyer profile. And just as a comparison, we have in our sales at Inside Wade, we have an average buyer age of around 35 and an annual household income of about $150,000. That type of buyer, that urban buyer, would be moving into the Boulevard and the Regional Activity Center as well, which would change some of the dynamics for this area. The Village Square redevelopment that is taking place over here, the 31.5 acres, has a relocated tenant, which was Harris Teeter from down here. In my understanding and speaking with the folks from York Properties, has lost other tenants during this process and not gained anyone new. Cary Town Center is in difficult situation and is in need of some energy. With the rooftops that we were proposing for the Boulevard and the additional tax base of $150 million that would come with this project. It would serve to create some vibrancy and energy within this regional activity center that would bode well for the Cary Town Center to be an outstanding target for redevelopment opportunities going forward. I have a handout that I would like to share with you that Bob Zumwalt is going to share. And in it is the PDP. There is also some photographs from inside ways, some of which you've seen on the screen. And the photographs that are included are representative purposes only. This is the type of product. This is the type of streetscape. And these are the things that you could expect to see with the development of the Boulevard project. Highlights from the PDP include a blend of products and architectural styles that appeal to a wide range of people, income, needs, and uses. The Boulevard's townhomes would range from the 170s to the 260s, and the single family from $265,000 to about $400,000, giving you some insight as to what type of buyer we would expect to see. The Boulevards is designed to be an environmentally friendly community with over 30 acres of property reserved as open space and parkland with access and connections to the town's Greenway system at the property's edges in the southwest and northwest areas and along Trinity Road and Cary Town Boulevard. The commercial and retail component represents approximately 20% of the overall usable acreage and could support hotels, retails, restaurants, offices, and possibly live-work residences. The construction of the multi-purpose and Greenway trails on Trinity and Cary Town Boulevard and along the Walnut Creek corridor represent over 2,500 linear feet of street side trails and 2,100 feet of Greenway trails. I have a letter. I mentioned a moment ago that the Village Green Homeowners Association is in support of this rezoning, and so also is are the folks with York Properties that are responsible for the Village Square redevelopment. Thank you, Bob. I draw your attention in particular, it's a lengthy letter, but I would draw your attention to the third paragraph, and if I may, I'd like to read an excerpt from that paragraph. The letter, by the way, is from Henry Ward, who is the Vice President with York Properties, and is addressed to the Mayor and members of Town Council. Furthermore, I believe that the highest and best use of the proposed site, speaking of the site that we have before you this evening for rezoning, is a residential development such as the Boulevard. In evaluating the ability to attract anchor tenants, this submarket is very close to that of the Crossroads and Park West Village. National retailers think in 1, 3, and 5-mile rings when selecting sites. Because of this submarket's proximity to both of these trade areas, the field of national anchor retailers that are candidates for new locations in the Cary Town Center trade area is limited, as many have other locations at either Crossroads or Park West. It is our opinion that this land is much better suited as a residential development that will then increase the demand for high-quality retail in and around the mall area, rather than competing for a field of national tenants that is already limited by proximity to these other trade areas. We have other speakers that will speak on behalf of this program, of the rezoning tonight, but in closing, I'd like to leave you with these thoughts. We believe that we've made every effort to address the questions and concerns that have been raised by staff, members of the Planning and Zoning Board, and Council throughout the vetting process for the Boulevard. The proposed use is compliant with land use plan and brings much needed residences to the Regional Activity Center, improving the overall mix and balance of uses. The general characteristics table from the land use plan indicates a range of 2 to 4 shopping centers as being appropriate within a regional activity center. Currently, there are 3 within this area, totaling over 130 acres, as I mentioned a few moments ago. They are either already in use or are being redeveloped. These shopping centers include the Cary Town Center, the Village Square, and the Barnes & Noble Center, with only 25% of the recommended residential needed to support this kind of commercial intensity. There is little supporting evidence that adding more commercial will sustain, much less improve, the overall economic conditions in this regional activity center. Given our sales history at Inside Wade, we have collected data and come to understand that the average buyer is about 35 years of age with an average household income in excess of $150,000. They are seeking a vibrant urban area and are drawn to areas that are rich with all that the Regional Activity Center and its adjacent downtown area has to offer. With your approval this evening, your vote will resonate with existing business owners and operators that you are supporting this area by providing more homes and residences that will invigorate their businesses. The Boulevard can be a project that becomes a model for success of urban development and a positive economic impact within the downtown area of Cary. I thank you for your thoughtful consideration of the rezoning application that is before you this evening. I'm available for questions if needed.
Thank you, Mr. Leach. Anything else from staff?
I don't have any other
Okay.
staff comments.
All right. So at this time, I'll open up the public hearing and remind our speakers that they have up to 5 minutes for their comments. And I would invite the first speaker forward at this time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you. My name is Mike Munn. I'm the president of the John R. McAdams Company. And for 34 years, our company's had the privilege to work with several prominent developers that have actually developed several places that define our region. To mention a few, we've been involved with Metamont in Chapel Hill, Falls River, Briar Creek, and Inside Wade in Raleigh, the streets at South Point Mall in Durham, Parkside Town Center here in Cary, North Hills, and North Hills East. I'm excited to have the opportunity to work with Lennar on this project in the Boulevard Plan Development, which is poised to be the transformative element to catalyze the Cary Town Center Regional Activity Center. It's certainly appropriate for the town's leadership to consider what is the appropriate development pattern for this tract, and in consideration of the overall plan for the region and the desire to revitalize this area for vibrant, walkable mixed use that will be a magnet for additional high-quality development and provide a gateway to the town center. When you consider all the necessary components for a successful mixed-use project and take into stock the current development patterns as well as the recommendations presented with the Regional Activity Center plan, it becomes clear that the Boulevard is the most appropriate plan development to accomplish the overall vision for the Regional Activity Center. And I'll help you understand why I say that. The reality is there's a formula to success for vibrant centers and mixed-use centers. We've had the shift in some of the areas of the triangle over the past 10 to 15 years in this development pattern that gives us a benchmark to look to and ways to assess what caused certain projects to be successful. And the reality is I have a personal experience from being the project engineer, the engineer of record, project manager for Kane Realty's work at North Hills and North Hills East. This goes back to 2001 when I began on that project with the visionaries of that developer. It gives us insight to the critical items that are needed to make for successful centers and the pieces that are required. As I assess those projects and interview those developers and their end users, the first thing that I hear, and the most prominent thing, is that it requires quality retail in any vibrant center. It's the retail that creates the vibrancy, the walkability, the environment that we all seek. That is the primary item. Quality retail co-locates with other quality retail. I think we know that, but to help punch the point, you don't get restaurants and boutiques unless there's an anchor to draw them. So obviously we have to appeal to quality anchor tenants if we want to have a quality, vibrant center. The reality of the current situation at the Regional Activity Center area in Cary Town Center is the quality of the retail is diminished. In fact, the scale is diminished as well as the quality. There's a tremendous amount of vacant space there, and quality tenants are vacating this region. They're going out. There's an exodus of quality retail that really becomes a critical item for consideration in the overall Regional Activity Center plan. To get to the core of it, you really have to ask yourself, what then are the key drivers for quality retail if that's the key element that you have to have? So I want to speak to you tonight about the three things that drive the decision-making for the retailers and those that provide the space for them. First is traffic volumes and visibility. Clearly on this site we have some proximity to an interstate, but I would tell you that the retailers we've spoken to actually give little regard, not little regard, but don't give the adequate regard to the interstate that you might think. There's an 800 to 1,000 foot buffer of wooded environmental protected buffer there that eliminates any visibility. There is no visibility from the interstate or from the top of that interchange. Instead, you're relying on Cary Town Boulevard, which for all intents and purposes ends at the interstate and is not funded to continue on to provide some interconnectivity. So what retailers are looking at is not the 105,000 trips that average per day on the interstate, but the 18,000 trips per day that average on Cary Town Boulevard. By contrast, in the pre-development state at North Hills, we have 133,000 average daily trips on the Beltline and 44,000 average daily trips on Six Forks Road, with unlimited visibility from 360 degrees because of the redevelopment nature of that. So the nature of this project really does not lend itself to providing a large-scale commercial mixed-use project in and of itself. But it does provide the potential to give the two other key elements that are important to attracting that quality retail that we need for those vibrant centers. That's the volume of residential units within proximity of the site and the quality of those residential units within the proximity of the site. Anchor retailers require that there's a high volume of residents within 1 to 3 miles in proximity of the site, similar to what you heard from Mr. Ward's letter.
Mr. Munn, your time is
okay.
expired.
Based on the ratios we currently have are that of the 2,200 units that the Regional Activity Center plan says are needed to support the current retail space, we only have 482. Clearly, there's a need for more significant retail population. The quality demographics matter a lot. I think it's worth comparing to North Hills. As I look back, within the 1 mile radius of North Hills in the pre-development condition, we had $75,000 in household income versus the $45,000
Thank
here.
you.
So I hope you understand that this residential provides the key element to the quality retail that's needed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Joy Wayman with the State of North Carolina State Property Office. The property before you for rezoning is unique as the state does not often sell land. The land was identified as surplus to state need, marketed, and sold in accordance with Session Law 2011-145. The net proceeds of this $15 million sale will go to the state's general fund. The state received offers, including multifamily, retail, and residential developers. Lennar's offer is contingent on rezoning. No offers were received from office developers. Following the sale to Lennar, this property will go on the Cary tax base, projecting an annual tax base of $150 million at build-out, where currently there is $0 as the state does not pay property taxes. As a condition of the sale, the state, as owner, has applied for rezoning of this 90-acre portion of a 256-acre tract of state-owned land. Another portion of this property is the 158-acre Wake Med Soccer Park, which is leased by the state to the town for 30 years with an option to renew for an additional 20 years for $1 for the term. I respectfully request that you accept the proposed 6.37 acres, which adjoins Adams Elementary School, as a portion of the parkland dedication, as the state has granted more than 60% of the state's property to the town for use as a park. Also, Wake County Community Use in Schools program has indicated their desire that y'all preserve this project for a future project next to Adams Elementary. I believe that the Boulevard will benefit and the revitalization of downtown, drive the need for redevelopment of Cary Town Center, and be an asset to the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wayman. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Steve Stroud, 3605 Glenwood Avenue, Raleigh. As many of you know, I'm getting to be the oldest rat in the barn around here. I've been in the commercial real estate business in Raleigh for 47 years, and I can truly say that I've seen this area evolve into what we see here today. Some of you may remember, Jack, I know you do, in the early 80s. Sorry. I assembled land now known as Crossroads. At that time, Cary was a major bedroom community for Raleigh. And you woke up one day and realized you needed some tax base, and we assembled a piece of property out there, and it turned into what is now Crossroads. Major commercial area that at the time, and we showed this a number of years ago at our annual conference, equaled the entire tax base of the town of Cary. So it became a very important part. But one of the missing ingredients with Crossroads is that people soon realized that it needed rooftops to survive and be viable. And you all have seen a lot of rooftops added in that Crossroads area of all types: multifamily apartments, townhomes, single family, and that has remained a very viable area and a very important part of Cary. And I know y'all have seen the difference that rooftops make. You've got another major regional activity center just down the road from Crossroads, known as the Cary Town Center. And I can't get into all the statistics that the previous speakers did, but I can recall a little common sense that I've developed over the years. And I will tell you that the Cary Town Center has experienced a little competition as growth has come about here in the Triangle. It used to be one of the premier shopping centers, but you've had a lot of competition come along. And if it's going to remain viable, you've got to fill in some of the missing pieces of the puzzle. And if you put that picture of that regional activity center, put it on an aerial photograph, you'll see there's a blank spot there, and that's of course been the state of North Carolina land. And what Crossroads needs, it doesn't need more retail. It needs more, I mean not Crossroads, Triangle Town Center. It doesn't need more retail, it needs more rooftops. It needs new vitality, it needs some high-income families that will bring that vitality and bring those additional dollars in to support what you've got there. What I think is important to Cary, because that's one of your major gateways to your downtown area here, which you're spending a lot of money to revitalize, and you certainly want that to remain viable. And I commend to you that the Boulevard is a very high-quality residential project that fits in that puzzle perfectly. They're also going to add some commercial development as a part of it, which will be ancillary and very complementary to what you now have at Cary Town Center, and it will also eventually be very complementary to the Wake Soccer Park, which has become a very important part of your community. I want to tell you that it's my strong belief that this development will help stabilize and bring that new vitality that you need to the Cary Town Center. And as a person with long-term interest in Cary, I ask you to support this plan. I see my lights flashing there, so I'm going to
Thank you.
Consider it. But if I can answer any questions, I'd certainly be glad to
After
do
the
that.
public hearing, we may call on you.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker, please. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing?
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Matthew Stark. I live in Briarcliff Lane, actually about less than a mile from the proposed site. As they've said before, the Cary Town Center Mall has really kind of been floundering, and there is a lot of vacant big box stores that I'm kind of actually wondering, like, what is actually going to happen to the value of my home as you know, there's more and more vacant commercial space. I really believe that this project, as it is, will improve the value of my home, attract people of my age and generation to the area, and be a good attract more tax base to Cary. So I'm going to be brief, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker for the public hearing, please. Anyone else for this public hearing? I see no one. I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members for questions or comments. Don't be shy.
I'll start. First, I would like to thank the applicant for all the hard work. I know that many of the council members have visited Inside Wade, and I have to say it's a fantastic community, and you did reserve one for me. I think we talked about that. And I think it's an interesting concept that we don't have in Cary. Right, so that whole idea of the houses closer together, it's a housing product that we haven't seen. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. I do have a couple of questions for staff. There were some comments made about a regional activity center and a certain expectation for number of rooftops. Can you speak to that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, in the land use plan for each of our activity centers, there's some metrics that are provided specific to that center with a target range for a variety of different uses. It included within a range that we seek to balance as the development occurs, and that's what's used to gauge as the developments come through to determine the consistency with that overall vision for the entire center.
So the regional activity center, when you had the previous map up that defined the regional activity center, do you mind? I just want to make sure I understand what those current numbers are.
In terms of looking at the specific numbers, I believe it's on page 24 of your staff report. There is a table that and the text that summarizes the specific numbers incorporated with the target goals for the activity center. And the comments that I made earlier, when you look at the broad picture with those numbers, the office component is, I think, the bottom of the target for the office component is about 600,000 square feet. Currently, it's at about 200, so it's below the office component. When you look at the range, and I don't recall the specific numbers, but the range for the commercial component The square footage that's represented with what is out there now is about midway, about half of, in the midpoint of the commercial range that's being targeted. When you look at the residential component, we are low on residential as well, and this would increase and provide a better balance related to the residential component. But when you look overall, there's still a considerable deficit when you look at the office target.
That was my question. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. How many units, residential units, do we have within 3 miles of this site? Because when we're looking at this map, even though the actual activity center doesn't have a ton of residential in it, to me, it looks as if it's surrounded by residential.
There is, as you can see on the map, there is a considerable single-family residential development in the surrounding area, particularly as it goes around to the north and through the south, and then around to the east as well. I don't know what the specific numbers are. We would have to do some evaluation to come up with any numbers within a specific radius.
Can I ask a follow-up question for you? But as you look at this map and you're of course, I realize it has to be truncated somewhere, but would you say that what we see here is within 3 miles of the site that's under discussion?
I don't know that distance.
Can somebody guess it? No?
Tim?
Tim's giving me the no
can.
sign.
Come on,
Ooh,
Tim.
Come on, Tim. Pull away. Okay, that's what I want to know. Okay.
That's good.
So there's more outside. Okay. That was one of my questions. Do I have
Other
some
questions?
I do.
Oh, please.
Thanks. Okay, so I have some questions for the applicant. Okay, you got that. I have a question and then I have a question for Joy after you, Steve. Come on up. So if I'm not mistaken, I thought I heard you say that your 3 national experts gave you their assessment of the best use of Pod B. Mm-hmm. Okay, and that was retail, restaurant, commercial, and hotel. Am I right so far? What did your 3 national experts tell you was the best use of Pod A?
Well, as I mentioned in my presentation, we are a home builder, and that is what we do. So we put this property under contract to build homes, but realizing that it was, in Cary's current land use plan, that it was targeted to be T&D mixed use, we sought opinions on what that highest and best use would be for that portion of the property. Now, Trinity Road, which was built by the town of Cary, sort of bisected the property and sort of created the unique propositions that we have today. Mm-hmm. So being a home builder, we wanted to put this T&D community and the Wade-type product on this property, and so we went after opinions from people that know more about these other uses than we do on the Pod B portion of the property. We build homes. That's what we do best, but we don't build commercial.
So the answer is you didn't ask them about Pod A because you built homes and you were going to build homes on Pod A. Is that right? Because
well, the answer is that we sought their opinions for Pod B. Okay. And because we're a home builder and because that's what we put the property under contract to do, then we worked with the staff in creating the plan that you have here this evening, which is, of course, compliant under the land use.
Because the reason I asked that question is that you can't help but wonder, I mean, I totally understand your perspective on this, that if you'd asked those national experts, so what are good uses for Plan A, they might have had some other opinions about that.
I did speak to the office component of that and where that office market is in the Cary area, and there's no need for that at this point in time. There just isn't sufficient data to support any new office developments now or in the foreseeable future. And as it relates to the other commercial and retail opportunities, given what's already existing in and around the area, it seems prudent to bring residences to the area that can support the existing businesses that then draw new businesses to the area. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Vitalizing the area.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And of course, we've been told that less than a mile, as we look at the slide, there are a lot of rooftops. You'd add more rooftops. We'd still be at less than half what this regional activity center says it needs. So I'll just point that out. And Steve, let me ask you this other question. So as I think about this 92 acres is mixed use, and the Pod B, which according to my math makes up about 16% of the total site. It's about 50,000 square feet, I think you said. So it's a very small area of this to make it mixed use. And I understand the whole thing about the road created a natural divide, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you stated, okay. Okay, well,
Residential is a part of the mixed use as well.
I understand, right, right, up to 100 units, right?
Which we would anticipate being sort of a live-work type environment.
Right, up
yes.
over the retail. Thank you very much.
If at
Could
all.
I ask Joy a question?
Sure.
Welcome back, Joy.
Yes, ma'am. How
Yeah.
can I help you?
I was wondering if you could explain to me, maybe everybody else knows, but I don't, what's the state's process and policy for advertising land sale?
When the property was investigated by the state property office and determined as surplus, first we went to every agency and offered the property and assessed any agency's request for that property.
State agency.
State agencies. Request for that property or their need now or in the future for that property. And the property was determined surplus. At that time, I called the town of Cary and said, this property is going to be declared surplus. Would you like to buy it? And I was told no. After that, we advertised
We had the
the
right of first
property.
refusal then, that was nice.
I also called the town and planning department and said, heads up, I'm fixing to advertise the property. You're going to be bombarded with questions regarding what can go on the property. We advertised it in all of the major newspapers, put it in on our website, and I contacted every developer and buyer that has contacted the state previously or that I knew of to tell them this property was on the market and send them a package regarding the 95 acres. We put the signs up and the calls began, not only for us, but a lot of time for your staff as well. The offers that I received, it was sold accepting offers until we found one acceptable to the state. We fielded a lot. A lot of them were multifamily developers. We had some retail developers, but they were only interested in a portion of the site. I got a lot of, will you sell 1 acre, will you sell 5 acres? No, it was all of it. And we got residential developers. And Lennar made us an offer. We negotiated that offer as to price and terms and came to a meeting of the minds. We knew to get our price, it would be contingent on the town's rezoning of the property.
Thank you, Joe, that was wonderful.
that
Yes,
help?
ma'am, that was great. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I have some questions for staff.
Okay.
May I continue? Thank you. So, thanks, Mary. It's been mentioned that the park dedication, I think I got this right, would be about $2 million. Is that right, Doug? Is that what you said?
I'll
And
let Doug
that's the
speak to
payment in
that.
lieu?
Yes.
Okay. But with the build out, with the Greenway construction of about $300,000, that would leave about $1.7 million that the town would be owed for park dedication. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
For,
I think if, again,
give me the right
if it was
numbers.
2.3,
oh,
and there was not,
2.3.
yeah, it's
Okay.
2.3.
Oh, so $2 million then.
And remember, this is approximate.
Right.
And if there were not the dedication, then it would probably be 2 million.
Okay, 2 million,
Yeah.
thank you. I thought I was short.
The Greenway that's being agreed upon to be constructed is approximately 300,000.
300,000, okay. And you've made, I thought you did a really good job in your presentation explaining why the dedication of that 6 point something.
6.37 acres.
Yeah, acres is really not something that is beneficial to the town and our plans.
Right.
Okay, that's great. I don't know who's going to answer this question. It might be Mr. Fogelman, if he's still here. It's about tax base. It's been mentioned that this residential development would generate $150 million in annual taxes. Can someone give us an estimate of what the annual tax revenue would be if this was developed as O&I, as currently zoned? Welcome back. See, you thought you could slip out, but you can't do it.
I would have stayed up here if I knew that was the question.
Yeah.
No, in terms of residential, at $150 million, it'd be about $495,000 in tax base. At residential, the value of O&I would depend on many factors, densities, but
Give me a
typically
ballpark.
for that large of a parcel, you would expect it to be higher than that, but again, depending on how many office buildings and the
Sure, I realize
densities on the
it's
site,
but would
it'd
it
be
be
difficult to tell.
1.5 times that? Would it be twice? I mean, what's been our experience? It's just more is what you're saying. It wouldn't be any less than that.
I doubt it.
Okay, based on experience.
Right.
Okay, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That's okay.
But
Thank you.
thanks for telling us that.
Sure.
And I didn't hear anyone speak to the potential impact on the 3 schools in this area with 400 additional homes. And I know they won't all have kids, even though I've seen the amenities at the Wade. They're great, and they've got, great places to play. They've got a great pool complex. Their clubhouse is as nice as any country club you've ever seen. But what's and I know we don't have to put that in the staff report anymore, the impact on schools, but let's just think about that a minute. We have an elementary school, we have a middle school, and we have a high school within less than half a mile of this. What's the thought about that?
Well, actually, in your staff report, we do have the typical information that we provide with rezonings with the estimate.
Well, if I missed that, I apologize, so why don't you tell me?
The school generations. The total for the elementary school, the projected range based on the minimum to the maximum number of units for the elementary school was calculated at 50 to 172. Middle school is 24 to 71. The high school, 16 to 76.
Okay.
For a
So it
total-
sounds like the biggest impact's on the elementary school, potentially. So younger kids than I thought.
So that's a total of 90 to 319 for the full range.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mary, and I apologize for missing that. That was all my questions, Mayor.
May I ask a follow-up, sort of unrelated, while Ms. Bierman's up there regarding schools? I tried to remember what I heard. With the 3 uses in a regional activity center, I thought I heard said of office, only 200,000 of 600,000 square feet were used.
Currently, yes.
And of retail, about half,
Yes,
and residential to about 25%.
yes.
So given that there are 3 schools included in the activity center, which isn't typical, I don't think, we would never meet all of those, would we? Would we expect to meet all of those in the regional activity center at 100% of the guidelines?
I don't know, I would need some, I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts to add to that, but that would be,
Mr. Olma? Reason I ask the question is I'm trying to get the validity of where we are with the percentages, if that really makes sense when we have 3 schools included in the regional activity center.
Yeah, there is a high institutional
Right.
proportion within this center. And the ranges, remember, a few years ago when we changed them, are very broad as well. So one of those was 600,000 to over, 2 million or whatever, so very broad. And applying the activity, I mean, this was even at the time the land use plan was done in '96, a lot of this was defined. So if this were raw and new and say at 540 and 55, the ability to bring over time the kinds of uses you were looking for in a regional center, you would have more capability to do that. Applying it sort of retroactively makes it more difficult. So we wouldn't expect that you'd be able to achieve, within those categories, every single category. And our rough rule of thumb as we've worked with centers, no matter where, has always been sort of the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, trying to look at a way of 1/3 residential, 1/3 office institutional, and 1/3 commercial retail.
And that was my next question. Wouldn't you want the balance? So you answered that question without me asking it. Very good. Other questions?
I don't have questions, but I have comments.
Okay, please.
Unless other people have questions. Anybody? Questions?
Just comments.
Okay. All right. I think this particular rezoning is a tricky one. Oftentimes, we get rezonings that seem so blatantly bad that we say this would be bad for our community and we need to deny it, or we get something, that's so great we have to rezone it. This is a very good proposal, but I don't think it's great, and I don't think it lives up to the potential of what could occur on this site should we allow it to be or actually just built out according to its mixed-use zoning that exists today. And I think as stewards of this community, we have to look at those tough choices when we have to balance good and great, and I think this is one of those cases. And I would encourage us to hold out for a mixed-use development at this site. And that's it in brief. And I will say really quickly, I don't think residential is particularly compatible to the soccer park. In addition to that, that's the one real downside of this project being residential. I mean, I think the Wade product is fantastic. I think residential would be okay, but I do think putting residential next to a soccer park, it's not even a park, it's a venue, I think it's a big mistake. So I think we need to consider that.
And actually, I'd like, if I may, I'd like to add on to your comment. When I went to look at the Wake Med Soccer Park that obviously had 8,000 people just this last week, if we're talking about 2,600 cars, more than 2,600 spaces for cars, my worry about residential there is that it won't be soon after we're going to get complaints from citizens saying, I have 2,600 cars coming through my neighborhood, you know, and as we use this park more and more, that's one of the concerns I have for that particular site. The other one I was thinking about, and I really respect the folks on the Planning and Zoning Board having, many of us having sat on P&Z before. Generally, we look at, on P&Z, how does this particular neighborhood fit within the other neighborhoods right around? But on council, I've learned through all of your generous time in helping me that we have a much more strategic view that we need to take. And this just recently came up. This is one of the last interstate connections. This is one of the last major valuable pieces of property that we have. And we have one at 540 and 55 that's coming online with Alston. And I wonder if this is the strategically right thing to do here. Right? Where else do where we have major intersections, do we have this residential? So those are the questions that I struggle with as we talk through this.
Mr. Yerha, and then Mr. Frantz.
I guess my comments are along the same lines, perhaps, as the last two speakers. I was asked recently, what have you learned in the last 6 or 7 months since you've been on the council? And yeah, has it been that? It's been that long. And the answer was simple, and the answer was, I've learned that nothing is easy. And this is a perfect example of that. I really like Inside Wade. And I, for the most part, like the development plan here. I think there are minor things that need to be worked out, and I think they could be worked out. But when I first realized that, I heard about this property, I said, exactly which site are we talking about? Are we talking about the one I'm thinking about? And we are. I never, through all these years of driving by there, ever thought of 400 homes going there. So it's a mindset, I guess, I've had that I need to change if I think I want to support this. And I just haven't been able to change that over the last few weeks. This is really, and it's been said by the speakers and by some of you here, it's a key site. It's a unique site in Cary. It can change the character of that whole part of town and beyond. And I think we got to get it right, because once we rezone this, and if it's not right, we have a problem. And it may be right, but at this point, I'm not sure that it is. And I err on the side of being conservative, although no one's ever told me I was conservative before, but I do err on that side, I think, and would hate to just approve this, knowing that there's something in me tells me that there should be something else here. I mean, I think one of the speakers said it's pretty good, and I think it is.
I think it's a pretty good development for this, but I don't know if it's the right one. So that's where I'm struggling with. And where
Mr. Frantz.
I quite frankly find it great. It's not just pretty good. I live here. The southwest piece with the green, that little triangle-shaped thingy, that's my house. Drive this thing darn near every day, go to the mall. I was just at Sears this past weekend getting some tools. When I first learned about this, I was excited. I was like, finally, we're getting some new quality development in an area that so badly needs a kick in the pants. We've all been to Cary Town Center. We've all been to the mall. We've all seen the shops come and go. You know, Harris Teeter's moving from across. We've lost TJ Maxx. They've jumped ship and bailed to Park West. Folks are leaving. We've had a lot of people have tried to invest in some of the centers that are there. That one that did the whole facade thing with, you know, and then TJ Maxx leaves. There's a lot of retail in the area that, if nothing happens, I don't think is going to be in the area much longer. I think Mr. Stroud said it best, that the retail needs rooftops. And yeah, you can look at this whole screen and go, well, that's a lot of rooftops. It's a lot of older rooftops. It's a lot of rental. You know, it's not new folks with making $150,000 a year like a lot of other areas of Cary. I look at the economic impact. I hear the argument for tax base. Okay, yeah, if it developed at office, it might be a bigger tax base, but to me it goes beyond that, that these are, it might be what, 400 or 500 homes, at least 1,000 people that are going to live here, be here 24/7, morning, noon, and night. They'll be going to the restaurants for lunch and dinner. They'll be going to the mall and adjoining retail nights and weekends. Their kids will go to the schools. Instead of office people that just, yeah, well, might go somewhere for lunch and then they jump on 40 and go home to Raleigh or Durham or wherever they're coming from. These same 1,000 people are also going to go a mile down the road and come to our downtown. You know, patronize everything we're trying to do there. Come to the Arts Center, come see the theater, come to our new big downtown park. I see so many positives with this. When my wife and I were talking about it, and we got to discussing all the things that we've been trying to do downtown and bring downtown, and her comment was, I think this is going to be one of the biggest boons to downtown. And the town's wasn't the one doing it. You know, here is some of that private investment coming into Old Cary. I've seen the Inside Wade project. I love it. I'm thrilled with it. We haven't gotten one protest on, we haven't heard from anybody that's opposed to this. Every business in the area wants it. Yeah, in a dream world, and you could plop down some big, huge, honking office buildings that were, you know, massive tax, yeah, but, you know, we're not playing SimCity here. We could hold out for office and you could wait 20, 30 years and maybe still have nothing. I think I was talking to Jack, was a bird in the hand's worth how many in the
I don't know. I always get those things confused.
Yeah,
but yeah.
There's a lot of birds in the bush, but you got one in the hand, you know? And $150 million, quite frankly, to me is a heck of a lot of tax base. I will say it's one of the first presentations I've ever gotten from staff where there's the question, is it dense enough? You know, usually in this town, we're looking for less dense. I do support staff recommendation on the parkland dedication. I don't find the value in that. I really don't. And then the argument that this is our last piece of big office by, you know, 40. No, it's not. Look right across the street. Cary Town Center Mall is going to redevelop one day. Whether that comes to a North Hills or a Briar Creek or whatever it looks like or feels like, it's gonna have office in it. It's gonna have residential. It's gonna have all these new things. I see huge opportunities right across the street. We've got the senior housing development coming, you know? I see huge opportunities for office across the street and on the mall property. And then even in the, I don't know what you called it, Plan B, Pod B, something like that. I'm not concerned about traffic. This area needs traffic. The commercial needs the traffic. Cary Town Boulevard is a beautiful 4-lane median divided highway. They're going to make the recommended required improvements. And as the applicant pointed out, we've already got a 14% office vacancy rate, however many millions in vacant office square footage. No, they've committed to not masquerading the site. Payment in lieu for Trinity. I see this as a great development in an area that so desperately needs it. And I would just encourage us to support it.
Mr. Smith.
I have to say, at first I was kind of ambivalent on the whole thing. And Ed, you're talking about being on for 7 months. When we did the plan way back when, back in the 90s, I felt the same way as you did. The whole idea that I've got it fixated that this is a great location for O&I. It is. You're right off the interstate, and it seemed to be the natural fit. But when I looked at Wade-In, when I went there and looked at it, first, it's next to PNC, and they seem to be doing quite well next to PNC, as we are next to the soccer park. I just don't see that being a fear about it being adjacent to the soccer park, just because of the way the roads are and the egress and the ingress and everything else. And, at first I said, well, it's pretty good. But the more I think about it, I have a lot of friends in Walnut Hills. They're excited over it. They see it as something great. They're going through a redevelopment in the sense that a lot of people in Walnut Hills are retiring, they're empty nesters, and all of that area off Walnut Street is a big area for young families. Now you take that element of affordable housing, and then you take the demographics that, one of our concerns for strategic efforts is that we don't want to become Fort Myers, Florida, where the average age is over is 70. I mean, I'd like it. I'd feel young again. But, we are getting a lot of that. And one of the things we say is we want to have an infusion and we want to have a good mix in Cary. And when I look at this area and I look at that, granted, I'll tell you, I still have a problem with the 14 acres. I'd like to see more specificity around that 14 acres. I'd like to see that. But in the ideal world, can I live with trusting the process on that? I'll live with it. But I do think that this is the exact kind of vitality the area needs. And Don, you actually hit on something that I was going to bring up and I want to reinforce. If we've got the big pocket developers out there that want to invest in O&I, we'll take a good hard look at the town center. That's one of the best places. We are going to be a community of redevelopment in the future. If you ever wanted to have a good place right off of I-40 with a blend of retail, part of the town center's problem is it's living in an old model and it doesn't have, for whatever reasons, it doesn't have the investors it needs to break that model. So they're just trying to live in the past. So whatever we do, be it O&I, be it anything else, we're not going to fix bad management. Management has to deal with that. The private sector's got to deal with the Cary Town Center. But I do believe having that infusion of that profile of citizenry that we consider very key to our vitality, I think will help the situation over there, and it'll do that. This is a tough one. I will absolutely agree. It is a tough one, and the question posed to me, do we want pretty good or do we want great? Well, my point of view is it's a little better than pretty good, And I think it's, in fact, I think it's damn good. But the net question we have in front of us is, do we really believe that in some course of events, if we hold out for great, we're going to get it? And I just think that when you have something that's very good, that adds a lot of value add to the area, I won't even get into the downtown because you've said it already, Don. I don't want to repeat that. I think you have a good mix that blends with the area and is a shot in the arm we desperately need right now. So yeah, for me, it is a little bit of a bird in the hand versus two in the bush. But I honestly think that there are many more opportunities in the area for that O&I for the future. And, you know, my personal opinion is to lean to this type of a development now. So that's, but again, I respect all perspectives here. This is a tough one.
I agree. It's a tough one. I mean, for me, I hear about there's interest. I would like to know if there's interest. If there's not any interest, then I would like to move forward with this. I mean, so it's tough. I think we could benefit from some more time to see if there's interest. I don't know if there's any interest here over using the word interest. But if there is, then that maybe would answer my questions. Could this redevelop in the reasonable future as something else? If not, then the bird in the hand.
Well, you know, I think Ms. Gale brought it up when she asked the state about their process for nothing, not a nick. So, you know, we can make our calls and we can see if there's interest, but, you know, we're talking big dollars here, and talk is cheap. You know? So I don't know if it makes sense delaying it or not. I don't know.
Exactly.
Let me react to the last bit of comments. I don't know that legal's the word, but maybe ethical, or it just doesn't pass it just feels a little icky to say, here are people who in good faith have put a contract on land and we're saying, let's go see if other people are interested. I have to tell you, that just doesn't feel good to me. I know the intent is good, just doesn't feel good. So I'm just going to say that and move on. I did have one more question, then I will comment on the project. Mayor, you said that there were no protest petitions filed, and as I look at this land, I'm trying to figure out actually how many people could have filed a protest, how many homes are within 400 feet of the property line of this parcel, because the way I look at it, doesn't look like many, if any. So I just, looking at the potential for, and I appreciate the gentleman who came and spoke in favor, and appreciate Jack's anecdotal remarks about the people in Walnut Hills. I think that's great. How many homes are actually, just estimate, how many people could have filed?
There were not a lot within the radius. The state property takes up the northern side. There's really nothing on the south side across Cary Town Boulevard. There's up in the north corner, there's some of the, I think it touches onto the mobile home park that's there, and then there are some townhomes and apartments along that east side.
So my only point in asking that question was just for us to see what the potential for protest was. It's clearly supported by the people who've spoken to us. I have to tell you, Ed, you've been on council 7 months. You talk about how hard it is. I've been on council over 5 years. It doesn't get any easier. I have struggled so much with this. I always say, when people say, how are you going to vote on something? I don't know till I get to council and hear what my colleagues have to say and hear what the staff says and hear what the applicant says. I talked to the applicant yesterday. I talked to some of my council colleagues, and I've really struggled with this, and I want to tell you some of the things that I think about. I really think about what I think it was Jennifer, maybe Lori, who talked about being strategic. I do think because this parcel is right off the interstate, that's one of the strengths of keeping it O&I, because think about where the Bradford is. And one of the big issues about that was there was no main thoroughfare to get there and all the traffic it would generate. So I think that here's one of those opportunities to put retail, commercial, hotel, and all that close to the interstate and avoid congestion in the town. That's a plus for the O&I side. you know, in a perfect world, we'd have a proposal before us that had more mixed use. I think 14% is, you know, that's barely enough mixed use to call it mixed use, but I understand totally the geographic things going on here. You know, Don, you spoke about the Harris Teeter moving, but it didn't move out of the area. It's just moving across the street practically. It's not leaving, it's not flight from the area. It's choosing, it needs a bigger footprint. It's choosing to go into an area that's still within this regional activity center. I think that speaks highly of the area. But, you know, having said that, you know, I've been to Inside Wade. I think it's a beautiful development, really. I couldn't find anything wrong with it. I went in every single model. They're so well constructed and, of course, beautifully decorated, but so well constructed and beautiful green space and open space, great amenities. I think it's a great product. I think it would enhance Cary. So on the plus side of what's before us, this is kind of where I'm falling. You know, I don't think we could hurt anything in Cary by approving this. I think we could probably hurt Cary if we don't. You know, I've come from a medical background, and the first thing you do is do no harm. And when I think about doing no harm, I think about not doing any harm to the people who live in the area. Clearly, it would not hurt the people who live in this area. And I think about not hurting the nearby commercial and retail. And I'm really afraid that if we don't put more homes here, high-quality homes like this, and put more competition there, that we're going to kill Cary Town Center and Cary Village Square. I'm really afraid they're struggling. I mean, I love that mall. I go there. I was telling Don, I don't go anywhere else. So they're not dying because of me, because I spend all my disposable income there. Belks is my best friend.
That's right. I ran into you there.
That's right. That's right. I'd forgotten that. And I go back and forth. I've been going back and forth on this since the first time it was shown to us. But I just keep thinking about what's the best thing that could happen and what's the worst thing that could happen. I think we've heard a lot tonight about the best thing that could happen. More people in the area that would hopefully drive redevelopment across the street and in those areas. You know, we might be passing on something really terrific that's going to come in the future. We don't know. But I think there's a lot to be said for the proposal before us is really good. It's like Jennifer said, a lot of times we see things that we go, no way, not in Cary. This is not one of those. And so I have gone just like this. It's not even 4951, Jack. It's slimmer than that I have just gone back and forth like this. So I am dreading this vote.
Well,
I don't dread many. I dread this one because I don't think I'm going to be 100% happy with myself no matter which way I go.
I think there's going to be, if we approve this, I think there's long term, I think there's going to be a lot of regret. And I think there's going to be a lot of, I wish we knew, I wish we had considered this. It is a mistake to approve this tonight. There is a massive amount of housing in this area, housing that will, over time, be refreshened as younger people move back in. That's what happens in neighborhoods. Neighborhoods in places like Cary, people want to live in Cary. People will fix up the houses, and it will be a vibrant place again for these homes. But I'm telling you, 400 homes? I mean, I don't know what the actual number, 400 homes is not going to save them all. It is not going to save them all. 400 homes is not going to save the area. 400 homes is going to add more homes, period. And when the mobile home community decides to redevelop, it's going to redevelop like more homes. And if you want just more homes, then that's what we're going to get if we approve this, because it's going to be a sea of homes and it's going to just spread that way. That's what this is. If you put something here that is mixed use, that combines some fresh retail, and believe me, I'm a shopper. I know what kind of shopping there is in Cary. We are still missing a large part of the market. There are some very dynamic stores that would be attracted to Cary if the right environment was there. And it would be something like a combined office, retail, condo mix of uses that will truly redevelop and spur the redevelopment of Cary Town Mall. It would not be competition. It would be an inspiration, and it would be the thing that changes it. 400 homes is not going to do that. You know, to me, and I say this as respectfully as I can, if we put this in, to me, it's going to just be like putting in more homes like we're getting out west, more homes and more homes and more homes. We have the opportunity to do something extremely dynamic here, but it requires us to have vision, and it requires us to stick by our guns and say, we really believe this is the right thing. If we say this is the right thing, someone will come with the right kind of plan. I know that will happen, but we have to be stewards of this. We can't just jump and say, well, it's the first good thing that came, so let's go ahead and do it. I just think that's a real big mistake. And I do really believe that we can harm the area by missing that opportunity. So I know you're swinging back and forth. I wish it'd swing back my way. Come on, Gale. Come on.
I'm not usually this ambivalent, as you know.
But it's really hard, but I really do believe that this is a mistake. And as lovely as I think Inside Wade is, and I would love to see that community put somewhere else in Cary, I just don't think it's at this site. And I would love to see something vibrant come in here that would truly and sincerely help spur the redevelopment of the mall, and I don't think 400 homes, no matter how nice they are, is going to do it.
I agree about the magnitude. Thank you, Mayor. I agree about the magnitude, 400, 500 homes. I wish that Lennar or someone who's a quality builder like them would partner with someone who's really good at, office and retail and everything, and put a really nice mixed-use development here. I mean, real mixed use, not 14% mixed use. It's, the whole thing about being stewards and being futuristic and everything, it weighs heavily on our decision. The immediacy versus, the land just went up for sale how long ago? So it's the first opportunity people have had. I know I'm arguing out of both sides of my mouth. I feel just like an attorney tonight.
It's hard. This is the hard decision. Let me just say something really fast. And I hope I'll just say the exact quote that was said to us. Who contacted them? Who did the state contact about this being up for sale? They contacted every developer that contacted the state previously. That's not every developer. That's every developer that contacted them previously. I know major developers who had no idea this land was going up for sale. There could be real opportunities at this site, but there won't be if this is passed tonight. We will get 400 homes, and we'll get probably a grocery store and one other store to satisfy. But 45,000 square foot grocery store and a 5,000 square foot box, there'll probably be a dry cleaner. That's probably what I'm guessing. I don't know. But it's not going to be that thing that changes the mall.
Mr. Smith?
No, I just think that I don't want to be challenged on my vision. I think we all have visions for the area. I think things, and I guess when I hear it's 400 homes, when you keep emphasizing it's 400 homes, I say, yeah, that's neat. I mean, I don't feel that cripples the area. As I agreed with you earlier, the homes off Walnut are redeveloping. It's happening now, and I think putting too much emphasis on any personal decision on the mall, I'm telling you, that's not. We can just have the ingredients, but that mall's got to wake up, and the ownership of they've got to deal with that. So I agree with you. I mean, there's things I agree with you. But I don't feel it's the bitter end. I think it's talk about strategic. We're getting an infusion of the mix that we want, that we're begging for. It's strategically located to downtown. It's strategically located. The prime O&I site or site for redevelopment is the mall area, great area. It's just a matter of your personal choice. I mean, I hear the arguments. I have found many times we have held out for good things, but we've also looked at the market, and we've looked at a lot of other things, and there's other times where we've increased our tax base, like off of Waldo Route, and it hasn't hurt us. You know, did we like industry there? Yeah, we did. It didn't happen. But it's a great area to live, and it's a great area to be, and it's right near Davis and High House. So things work out. I just don't see this being a poor decision. I think it's a decision that we have versus our comfort level of waiting for something better in the future. And that's a personal choice. I think this merits consideration now.
Ms. Frantz?
I'd like to try a shot at a motion.
Go for it.
Make a motion to approve 12-REZ-23 as presented with the new information regarding limits to mass grading and not accepting the 6.37 acre tract as part of the payment in lieu.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion.
Oh, I thought that's what we were doing.
Yeah.
We've been
We're now discussing the motion.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Please.
And that is, there's been a lot of discussion about comparisons to inside Wade and price points and things, and I just wanted to remind council, if it's not a condition or a condition of the plan, it's not something that is part of this rezoning.
So in other words, what we do know is the number of units. Is that right? Do we have, what are the conditions, the actual conditions on this?
I'll ask Ms. Bierman, too.
In terms of the uses, there are a number of tables in your staff report that summarize all of the parameters that are proposed to reflect the preliminary development plan. With regard to uses, the uses could range from, I believe, 250 to 400 units, where they have minimums and maximums of the different unit types.
Can you tell us what page?
Let me.
Page 24 for all the conditions?
I thought that's what it was, Jennifer. I'm not sure.
If you look starting on page 10, where in Pod A, there's there's a range to the minimum and maximum number of units, and then with Pod B, the minimums and maximums for the commercial component. There are, the density requirements that are set out from there, and the preliminary development plan that you see is the conceptual layout for what has been presented as a way that could be done. The site plan, any site plan that would come in could be adjusted from that within the parameters that are included with the minimums and maximums.
So there are no conditions that say that the swimming pool facility that we saw would be, a swimming pool or recreation site on site would be included, that little squares of parkland would be included. There are no conditions to that effect?
The condition, it would meet all of the requirements of the ordinance, the requirements for the gathering spaces, everything included in the site design standards, and everything that is required per the ordinance, because there's no waivers or reductions that are requested from any of those.
Is there anything in the ordinances that say that they have to have a swimming pool community or clubhouse?
Not a swimming pool community. In their conditions, they do call out an amenity, and they give some examples of what that could be.
Examples, but not specificity, because they don't have to do that, right?
How is that different from other?
I guess I just want everybody to be aware that if you're not approving inside Wade, you're approving the zoning as it says here. It does not say anything that there's going to be the greens of parkland, that you're going to have detached garages in the back, that you're going to have the swimming pool, that if they went to sell it to someone else, there's no obligation. I just want everybody to be aware of that, because we've been burned before.
Mr. Smith, I'd like to withdraw my motion and make a different motion. Are you amenable to that?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we table this for 1 month, 2 weeks.
Well, our next council meeting.
I can't see you up there, man.
1 month, please.
okay? I'd like to make a motion that we table this for 1 month so that hopefully some issues and concerns that have been raised at this table can be addressed, to possibly include some assurances of quality of product and such.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, Mr. Frantz.
Thank you.
We now move, whoops, skipped ahead. Now move to our next public hearing. It's the Luter Shop Road annexation and rezoning. Mrs. Grannon of our staff will introduce the item. We're going to hear from the applicant, and after that, we'll open up the public hearing. The council will not take action on these items tonight. Rather, we'll send it to the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. Both items will come back to us at a future time. Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. Good evening. For your consideration is a request for annexation and rezoning for approximately 76.38 acres located at the 1500 block of Luter Shop Road. There is an owner-initiated annexation petition which was submitted by the property owners, and as you stated, that will have a public hearing tonight, but final decision will not be made until the time for the rezoning. Annexation on the property would be required before initial Town of Cary zoning could be applied to the subject property. Here's a vicinity map which shows the subject property located south of West Farrell Road. It's at the 1500 block of Luter Shop Road, and as you may know, this is a future extension of Morrisville Parkway. Here's a close-up of the aerial photography showing that a large portion of the land has been cleared with a combination of agricultural use and residential use. Cary's land use plan designates the subject property for low-density residential. This property is within the Cary-Chatham County Joint Land Use Plan. The existing zoning is a Chatham County designation of R1, which allows a combination of residential and institutional uses such as schools and churches and agricultural uses. The applicant has proposed a zoning of R8 conditional use. Conditions proposed by the applicant are that there be a limit in the density of 2 dwelling units per acre. Permitted uses would include single-family detached dwelling units, neighborhood recreation, parks, public and private, religious institutions, and schools, public or private. Additionally, the applicant has offered a condition that stated that no construction other than roads or infrastructure shall commence until an eastbound right turn lane and westbound left turn lane are provided on Luter Shop Road at the entrance to the subject property. And that this design of the turn lane be subject to North Carolina Department of Transportation approval and be shown on a development plan as approved by the Town of Cary Development Review Committee. The site is impacted by stream buffers according to Cary's GIS maps, and field determination would be required at the time of development plan review. Cary's transportation plan does not include Luter Shop Road at this time. A traffic study was completed prior to the applicant submitting the rezoning request. The results of the traffic study are contained within your staff report. Property owners within 400 feet were notified, and the property was posted and advertised. The subject property is not eligible for a protest petition per North Carolina general statutes because they are seeking initial Cary zoning. We did, however, receive some concern from neighbors, and we also received a phone call from a Chatham County commissioner who had questions for staff about lot size and wanted to know what the potential was with R8, and that would be a minimum of an 8,000 square foot lot size. The applicant may be proposing something larger, but that would be the minimum required size. We also heard from an adjacent property owner regarding the intensity of such institutional uses like schools or churches. He had questions about building setbacks and buffers, what the buffer requirement would be. At this time, the applicant is available, and then staff will be available following the public hearing for your questions.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Glenda Top with Glenda S. Top and Associates. I'm here tonight representing the property owners. And as staff has pointed out, the request before you tonight is to rezone the property to R8. The property is currently in Chatham County, so there is a voluntary annexation petition that is accompanying the rezoning for the property to be considered to be in Cary. The property is located within the Chatham-Cary Joint Land Use Plan that was adopted by Chatham County and the town of Cary in June of 2012. As you all know, work began on the plan back in December of 2005 with the adoption of the resolution to begin working on it. Want to point out that a rezoning and an annexation petition for the same property was submitted and tabled by the town of Cary in December of 2005 due to the decision to start this joint land use plan process. It took approximately 7 years for the plan to be adopted, and both by Chatham County and the town of Cary. And now with the plan adopted, the owners are ready to rezone the property and have come back before you with a rezoning and an annexation request. The land use designation on the joint plan is 2 units per acre. As staff pointed out, we do have a zoning condition that states that the density will be limited to 2 dwelling units per acre, thus ensuring compliance with the adopted plan with the approved density. We have proposed the zoning classification of R8 to provide us the opportunity and flexibility to obtain the desired density that has been identified in the plan. We have, as staff pointed out, we have limited the uses to single-family detached, and we also wanted to include the opportunity for the potential for a neighborhood recreation or park site and a religious institution and possibly a school, whether it be public or private. We held a neighborhood meeting where we invited property owners within 400 feet. Since that meeting, the owners of the property, there have been 2 additional meetings with 3 of the adjacent property owners to the south. As was pointed out in the slide, those issues were brought up at the meeting, and the owners and myself will continue to work with those property owners to address their concerns. We are also going to be working with staff to address the issue of transition that was brought up in the staff report in terms of transitioning from the type of zoning to what's in the surrounding area. Also want to point out that this item, as I understand it, does not go before the Planning and Zoning Board until May, which will give us time to continue to work with the adjacent property owners, the town of Cary staff, to work out any of the issues and current concerns that have been brought up thus far and what we might hear at the public hearing tonight. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you very much for your time.
You done? Okay. We'll move into the public hearing now, and I'll open the public hearing and invite the first speaker forward at this time.
My name is Chris Widman. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm a resident of the Old Thompson Creek neighborhood, which is adjacent to the property under discussion. Old Thompson Creek is a neighborhood with 29 lots, averaging roughly about 4.5 acres per lot. An R8 designation is 0.183 acres. That would be about 24.5 homes per lot in our neighborhood. I know there's been a lot of development and discussions between Chatham County and Cary regarding future development, and there was several proposals and documents and discussions in the past. One of them was the Southwest Area Plan, which discussed methods and guidelines and a vision of how to develop the Southwest Territories into Chatham County. And a lot of this was talked about being able to have a clean transition to the rural character of Chatham County, larger lot sizes, and dealing with the watershed issues into the Jordan Lake watershed area. We believe that an R8 designation is extremely small. There is another development that's been very successful locally, and we know that development's coming our way, and I think we're in agreement that development is going to come, and we're not fighting that. But what we'd like to see is a transition to development in this area that is close to that of what we have now. Copperleaf, a neighborhood locally, has a density of 1 home per acre and an R20 designation for zoning. And we believe that that would probably be best suited for this property adjacent to ours and be a better transition from our properties at 4.5 acres to roughly 20,000 or half an acre per lot. We are seeking buffers around the property to our neighborhood, assessments of environmental impact relative to water runoff, as well as a clean transition to the neighborhood. I guess a lot of this is, I know it's moving our way, and we're just looking to make sure that we preserve the rural character of Chatham County as we develop. Cary develops out our direction. I know that Ludershop Road is a small country road, lots of potholes, and we also believe that the development, the extra noise, the extra traffic is not capable to handle large developments like this, and that impact assessments need to be done as well as improvements of those infrastructures. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Larry Ballas. I live in Chatham County near the development here. It took a long time. 7 years is a long time, but we finally come to something that I think we can work with. And I'm really pleased to hear that with this plan and with the designation of that area as 2 houses per acre, that we're sticking with that. Because if we didn't, then why do we go through 7 years of stuff that we argued about? But anyway. My major concern, well, I have a couple major concerns with this. One is satellite annexation. Although there was nothing in the agreement between Cary and Chatham County that was formally written down, I think it was assumed by both sides that we would try to avoid or at least minimize satellite annexations, which this is. So I really need to think, I really would like us to think how we can handle this, because this is setting a precedent since it's the first that's occurring under this present plan. Do we want satellite annexations to occur all the time? And if we don't, then how do we handle this particular thing without setting a precedent for all the other ones that will form little Carys all throughout Chatham County? The other is the lot size. We're getting more dense the closer we get to the lake. Like the fellow before me said, Copperleaf was 1 house per acre. And now we're all of a sudden at 2 houses per acre, something maybe we didn't really delve into too much when we were discussing the process over the last 7 years. Now we're going to stay at 2 houses per acre based on the whole concept of the 79 acres that are there, but now we're down to 8,000 square foot lots. And the potential for coming back to the council and saying, now I want 4 houses per acre because we have sewer and water is there, and that's not part of the agreement. So I think we have to come up with some way to respect what was developed between the county commissioners in Chatham County and the council here in Cary as to how we maintain the integrity of the system that's out there now. And it's most important because we're setting precedents. This is the first issue that's come up. And I think we all agree that development's going to occur out there. We just want to make sure that it's the best possible. Like you're so concerned about that little plot of land in Cary that's near downtown. We're concerned with the little plot of land that's out in Chatham County. And you know, my feelings, because I've been arguing them since 1995, is to protect the lake. It's not to build houses, but it's to protect the lake. And people will move out there, but we need to protect the lake. And starting at 2 houses per acre will start protecting the lake. So that's my major concerns. And I know we can respect each other in this area, but I think if we haven't written down the concept of satellite annexation between the two groups, we at least need to come to some verbal understanding of what that means, because the people are going to say, well, you're just coming in and taking land any place. You're jumping over everybody. And I don't think that's really what we wanted to do out there. So, and then in the last 30 seconds, a minute and 30 seconds, which will be less, if I could just add, you're developing parks out in Chatham County. And that's our neighborhood out there also. And years ago, I asked if we could have a Chatham County representative on the parks and recreation development of some parks that are occurring out near Chatham County. And I will reinitiate that request that we try to have our county commissioners appoint somebody to assist your parks and recreation people to develop parks in Chatham County. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballas. ETJ. Next speaker, please.
CTJ. While the speaker's coming down, I'll just let you know, if we extend our ETJ, people who live in the ETJ can participate in some of our boards and commissions. So there's yet another reason why we should not let the state eliminate ETJ.
I agree. There are a lot of reasons. That's one of them.
Good evening. My name is Martha Shackelford. I live at 905 Old Thompson Creek Road in Apex. And as my neighbor Chris Widman said before, we know development is coming and we're not fighting that. We're just asking for your consideration for our concerns. And I want to just talk briefly at this late hour about noise and traffic. My family moved to this area 10 years ago. We purposely chose Apex over other areas because of its quiet, natural area and the back roads, the simple roads and lanes, and for the simplicity of the area. With the burgeoning housing and new neighborhoods that we've already seen come into the area, we've seen also exponential traffic increase with each and every year that we've lived there. As I travel across Looter Shop Road, up 751 to work each and every day, the drive takes longer and longer. So we already have significant traffic in this area that's basically a lot of two-lane roads. Looter Shop is a small country road not suited to significant development and additional traffic. We believe any significant project in this area will lead to even more traffic and noise in this rural area. So we'd like to know if you do make this zoning change, what funding and what plan will you have to widen and enhance the Looter Shop Road and the surrounding two-lane roads? What plans will you have to put in place to provide significant buffer to the area? You spoke earlier this evening, Mr. Shivar, about your desire to harmonize with the surrounding neighborhoods, any projects that take place. So we'd just like to ask that you afford some consideration to the Looter Shop area corridor if you make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Laura Shoppy, and I live at 85 Goldfinch, which is just one house down from the adjoining properties. The lots that are in Old Thompson Creek area are anywhere from 2 to 10 acres. These homes sell for somewhere between $500,000 to over $1 million in that whole area around there. So you were talking about things that it will be affecting our value of our homes. One of the things that you've talked about this evening is being strategic. This is only one of the pieces of property that adjoin our neighborhood. There are 2 other sides that we are also looking forward to what is going to happen to those pieces of property. And so we think what will happen this evening, or when you do vote on this, will set a precedent for what is going to happen around the rest of our neighborhood. So the decisions you're about to make, strategic as they may be for you, are critical for us. So the things that we are hoping that you will consider in taking a look at how you zone this property is that we would like a 200-foot buffer to sustain that harmonization with the neighborhoods that are around there so that we get that transition that you talk about in your southwest area planning and everything else that you've discussed this evening. We also would like to make sure that there are no schools or religious institutions because of the traffic that will occur, as well as the noise. I personally have great concern over what's going to happen to the water table as a result of putting in excessive amounts of streets and slabs or taking away permeable surface. I had to dig 2 wells in order to get 1 gallon per minute out of each one of them. So anything that you do to the water table around there doesn't just affect Lake Jordan, it also affects all of our wells. And there are approximately 30 houses that are going to be affected by whatever happens in that area, plus the adjoining areas. The other thing that concerns me is that they say that they are willing to do 2 houses per acre. Why are they asking for R8? There's absolutely no reason for that. We ask that you leave it at R40, preferably, but no more than an R20, so that we can preserve that and assure that they are not going to put in more houses, more concrete than is what is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Tricia Fryer, and I just moved from Cary out to Chatham County in Old Thompson Creek. And I was very happy in Cary. My husband and I are getting older, and we're looking for somewhere to retire. And the opportunity came up, so we moved there. And part of what we were looking for was some property. We have a beautiful pond behind our house. We've got birds coming in there from the lake. You know, we see deer. It's just a very rural area. I personally have 3 concerns. First is the traffic. As you heard, Ludershop Road is not in the best shape. It concerns me to think about a lot of more cars using that road, that it won't be safe. The other concern I have is around the water. You know, we've got wells also, so very concerned, you know, that we want those wells to continue working as they do now. The other concern is around the lot size. I just am having a hard time conceiving how this could be changed to R8 from what it is now. It just is kind of mind-boggling to me that, you know, with all the property and stuff around, that this would be requested in that area. The other thing is that would really bother me, I think, would be a school. Because, you know, if we're talking about 1 or 2 houses on an acre, we're talking 150 houses. If we start talking 4 or 5, I think we're getting up to 240, you know, or more houses there. And with that many people coming and going on those commuter roads, and especially if there were school buses or parents that are dropping off their children on that road, I think it's going to get dangerous and we're going to have some accidents. So I just wanted to say thank you for the chance to talk to you tonight. And if you have not come out to this area, you're certainly welcome to come out and see where we live, because I think it would give you a good indication of just how rural the area is. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kent Shackelford. I live in Thompson Creek as well. And I'd like to talk about the Copperleaf development and the plan that was submitted by the developer. I was struck that the first submission of this plan was put together in December of 2004. It was revised 6 more times to the final revision that was submitted in December of 2007. This document took 3 years to develop, and as you've heard from the other Old Thompson Creek constituencies, this is a very appealing neighborhood. The density makes sense for the area. I'm concerned that I have not seen the plan for this proposed property in question and believe that this is a critical step in making sure that the goals of the Southwest Area Plan are achieved and met. If we're talking about an area that you would like to put 2 houses per acre versus an R8 next to Old Thompson Creek that has 1 home per 4 acres, I don't see the transition that Cary has mandated for the Southwest Plan. So what I think we need is to see the plan from the developer that supports the Southwest Plan. Number 2, we need to understand the transition guidelines will be met and negotiate a fair buffer between the 2 developments. And lastly, we need to understand how this plan for this development will meet the objective of sustaining a rural aesthetic look for all of Chatham County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Pat O'Neill. Wearing 2 hats tonight. I am a real estate developer, but I'm also the chairman or president of the Windy Hill Landowners Association, which is less than a half a mile. I also developed Thompson Creek, so very familiar with it. One of the concerns that we would have, both from representing the homeowners in Windy Hill, is this rapid change in the transition. Agree that good planned development, which y'all have done in many areas, is outstanding, but going to this density factor that quickly, where has already been mentioned, Copperleaf with 1 acres, that would be more suited to the area. The other points that I have really been already made by the others before me, but I ask the commissioners to give serious consideration to how you do this transition and the fact that it is going to satellite and jumping that quickly instead of working its way down Ludershop with a good plan long term after your lengthy discussion earlier and how concerned y'all are regarding proper use for the remaining property for Cary. We're concerned for how that area gets developed in a smooth transitional plan that 10 years from now really represents a well planned out development approach to it. And leaping the way this has been proposed or asked for and going to the zoning, it's going to really will set a bad pattern out there and not the highest and best use for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I am Sally Coast. I am a Chatham County Commissioner, and I'm speaking as an individual commissioner tonight who represents much of this area, and I am not speaking on behalf of the full Chatham County Board. This is the first annexation request since we passed the joint Chatham-Cary land use plan last summer. So it's important, very important, that we get it right for a number of reasons, but especially to gain the confidence of the Chatham County citizens. I will tell you that if we could have a protest petition, we would have a valid protest petition. That was one of the concerns that I had with the joint land use plan, but it did not get addressed with legislation. One of the guiding principles of the joint plan is to protect the rural character of Chatham County and to create a sense of place that is distinct and attractive and of high quality. One way to do this is to have a condition, have the developer, hopefully the developer will present a condition that he will develop this under the Southwest Area Plan design standards, because as I understand it now, that overlay would not apply here. And that was something that we did talk about in the subcommittees when I was on that subcommittee that we would look at design guidelines and standards for this area, that we can protect that rural character. I share the concerns that my fellow Chatham citizens expressed, speaking about transitions. One way that this developer, I understand that the actual plan for this parcel isn't in front of us now, but one way to address the concerns of the neighbors would be to do perimeter lot sizes of 1 to 2 acres and allow that smaller lot size to be into the interior of the development. But I do also share their concerns why a proposed development of 8,000 square foot lots. The last concern I want to speak tonight is just that, the 8,000 square foot lots. The neighbors were told in their community meeting that what is going to be built on this parcel is much like Copperleaf. And I can't visualize how it can look like Copperleaf when the minimum lot size is 8,000, when in Copperleaf the minimum lot is 20,000. So if they're being told what is going to be developed is going to look like Copperleaf, then let's make that zoning match what they were told. Mr. Smith said earlier tonight that we have a vision for the area around Cary Town Center. I still call it Cary Village Mall, so that tells you how old I am. But I know you've heard from the Chatham County citizens. They too have a vision. And so I hope you will listen to them. And when you make a final decision, we'll take their concerns into account. I also want to add, since I have a little over a minute left, which I won't take. I am the county commissioner that did, surprise, surprise, right, contact your staff. And I just want to compliment Deborah Grannon on her thoroughness in talking to me, explaining, answering my questions. But really what impressed me is she called me back and left a voicemail the other day following up on providing additional information, something she didn't have to do. So thank you, because I think that was showed her dedication and thoroughness, and I very much appreciate it. So thank you for your time, and good luck with this one.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker for this public hearing. Anyone else for this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close this public hearing and open it up to council for questions, comments. Ms. Robinson?
I'll just make a comment. It's always tricky when you have a land use plan, because the land use plan says 2 units per acre, and we, in our minds, think half-acre lots. But that's if it's 2 units per acre, and they get to count in all the buffers and whatnot that goes into it. I think I'd feel much more comfortable with this if there was a condition in there. My goal would be to have a condition that said something like 20,000 square feet lots. But anything better than 8,000, some kind of condition, I think would be a step in the right direction to allay the concerns. I think it might be a good idea. I kind of like Sally's idea of putting some larger lots up against the Thompson Creek Road to try to transition that buffer. I think that might be good. This is our first project underneath this joint plan that we worked so hard on, and several of you at this table, Lori in particular, worked really hard on this plan to make it happen. So this is going to have a lot of people watching it, and we want to make sure that we do it right when we come out.
Okay. Other comments?
I just asked a question about satellite zoning. It seems to me that the very first parcel that asked to be annexed and developed like this is going to look like satellite zoning simply because it's the first thing to go. I don't think it's anybody's intent to plop something down, and they've asked us. So there was a comment made that my thought at the time was it sounded like we're reaching in to Chatham County to do this. Well, they're reaching to us. And somebody's got to go first. And I do think you're absolutely right about the precedent-setting nature of this. So I just felt like that ought to be said, because nobody's intent is to do it like a bunch of disorganized little bits of land out there or anything. That's nobody's intent.
I think it's also important to note that with Chatham County, we worked out a boundary that we agreed would be appropriate to annex to the east of that boundary and inappropriate for us to annex to the west of that boundary. This is well within the east side of it, so it is jumping somewhat, but it is within the intent of that Chatham County plan that we devised.
Yes, and it's a landowner's right. It has to be annexed. I mean, you know, we can't say, oh, I'm sorry, you can't go because there are two people ahead of you in line geographically, so you have to wait. I mean, this is America.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Other comments, questions? Okay, we're going to see this at a future Planning and Zoning Board meeting, then back to us. Do you have any dates on the Planning and Zoning Board meeting?
The earliest it will go is in May. That's what we've advised the applicant.
And the earliest we would see it would be?
June.
June, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
We now
And
move to the...
Can I make a comment about what Sally said about Deborah? You know, everything she said about what you did is true, and that's how you do everything, is with that much attention to detail.
Thank you.
And she just experienced your everyday performance. I think that's wonderful.
Let's take this moment to say we appreciate you.
Yes,
Thank
we
you
love
very
you.
much.
Thank you. That's nice to hear.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
We're now at item E3, annexation 13A02. Ms. Brannon, once again, will introduce the item, and then we're going to open up the public hearing. Council will not take action on this item tonight. It will be at our next council meeting for final action. Ms. Brannon.
Thank you. This is a request for annexation of approximately 16.56 acres located at 2404 Jones Franklin Road, approximately 1,500 feet southwest of the intersection with Dillard Drive. The property is in Cary's ETJ. It's currently zoned residential multifamily. There is an associated site plan, which is a proposed development of 198 multifamily dwelling units. And this concludes staff's presentation, but just a brief explanation of why you're not taking action on this. There was a change in ownership, and this is just giving staff time to make sure that our administrative records are accurate.
Okay. Very good. I'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to speak at the public hearing on this annexation, and would invite the first speaker forward. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Does council have any questions or comments? If not, we'll see it at our next meeting in April.
Right.
Okay, very good. We're now at Land Development Ordinance Amendments, item E4. It's a public hearing on the ordinance amendments, and Ms. Bierman of our staff will introduce the item. We're going to open up the public hearing. The council will not take action on this item. Instead, we're going to refer it to the planning board for their recommendation. Ms. Bierman.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. There are 24 proposed amendments included in this round when you look at the sub-items. They're broken into these 8 categories. All of these items were prepared in response to various concerns that were raised by council members, Planning and Zoning Board, citizens, and also a number that were raised by staff as we are just going through the process of implementing the ordinance and finding things that we feel can be improved. So I'll go through each of them quickly. The complete text changes and background information is included and broken down in your staff report. The first item relates to changes in the process for the mixed-use district rezonings, where we would be bringing them to Town Council for the first public hearing as opposed to the Planning and Zoning Board. And this was initiated in response to direction from your work session. Item B includes 6 items that are all related to landscaping and buffers. Most of these changes were proposed to provide greater clarification and fine-tuning of our regulations or correct some minor inconsistencies. Most of these were generated by staff in response to various experiences in implementing the ordinance and, again, identifying areas that we felt could be clarified or improved. Item C includes 3 pieces related to specific uses. C1 includes a number of specific uses listed here that where the amendment relates to definitions, clarification of some standards, and some clarifications and technical corrections in the permitted use table. Item C2 would allow beekeeping as an accessory use in a community garden or in a HOA common open space area in districts where beekeeping would also be allowed as a principal use. In this amendment, the property owner would be required to grant permission for the beekeeping activities to occur, and also a qualified beekeeper would sign the application to certify that there would be some responsibility for maintenance and upkeep of the hives. And finally, item C is a cleanup item that clarifies size limits for storage areas for multifamily uses. Item D includes two portions. One includes adjustments to setbacks and open space requirements for conservation subdivisions. These improvements, again, are based in experiences with implementing current standards to make some improvements dealing with situations that we find in the field. And the second item addresses required improvements for single-family lots and gift lots, and basically brings us more into conformance with some of the standards within the general statutes related to subdivisions. Item E are environmental regulations. These changes would ensure that residential BMPs are maintained by a property owner association. There are a couple of points that are clarified with respect to enforcement responsibilities and a discrepancy related to nitrogen and phosphorus reduction that would be corrected. Item F relates to suspended signs. This applies in the downtown area. This was one amendment that was initiated in response to citizen issue in the downtown. This would allow suspended signs to be hung from upright decorative posts in the town center. The maximum height for the sign would be 8 feet and a maximum area of 16 square feet for the sign. If this was used in lieu of a ground sign, then the sign area would not count as part of the overall sign area for the site. If it was in addition to the ground sign, then it would count as part of the overall sign area, because you already have a reduction for the ground sign itself that gives a little bit more area for the town center. I would also point out that there are two existing signs in the town center, one for Ashworth and one for the Baptist Church, that are currently not addressed in the ordinance, and the standards that we propose here would make those signs conforming. Item G, the final set of items. These are 10 sub-items that focus on a variety of administrative and procedural changes, cleanup type items. And these generally address clarification, consistency with other ordinance sections, or in some cases, general statutes. And we think just provide some general improvement related to implementation measures as we utilize our ordinance. Staff recommendation is to conduct the public hearing and then refer these amendments to the Planning and Zoning Board for recommendation. And I'll be glad to answer if you have any questions, if you have more specific questions about individual items.
Thank you. This time I'll open up the public hearing for the Land Development Ordinance Amendments and would invite the first speaker forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Glenda Topp. I'm here speaking on behalf of EPCON Communities, who could not be here tonight, Ed Bockham, and he asked me to speak to one of the items, so I'm going to read his prepared statement. EPCON Communities thanks you for the opportunity to offer comments, particularly as it relates to the Town of Cary Planning Department's proposed revisions to the Transitional Residential Zoning District. The courtyard homes, which we designed and developed and recently are all single-story homes and have broad-based appeal in the 55 and older segment of the new home market. More recently, we have added an option of a second-level bonus suite, which has added to the popularity of our single-family courtyard homes. As an integral part of the design, each home offers a private courtyard area with the neighboring home's adjacent exterior completing this private patio area. Our experience in other cities and towns has provided a zoning classification which permits an unattached separation of 5 to 6 feet at the closest point. The town of Cary's current zoning requires a 16-foot separation unless there is some form of attachment, and he says semi-attached. This 16-foot separation presents challenges like those we are currently experiencing on the Green Level Road property that they come in to develop, which is called the Marsh Tract. Smaller land sites with grade or elevation change, as well as the detached or single lot plan, make the requirement to be semi-attached a negative rather than a positive end result. National or larger builders who develop large sites may afford themselves far greater flexibility using the Town of Cary Planned Development District zoning category, leaving smaller companies such as Epcon at a competitive disadvantage under the transitional residential zoning classification. Epcom's courtyard homes are single-story, thus having a much larger footprint than a typical two-story townhouse. Our typical density is limited to a maximum of 4 homes per acre. These proposed changes will not increase density beyond the 4 home levels, but instead simply allow us to achieve these levels and offer this unique home design to the fastest growing segment of our society, the baby boomers, who are expected to grow as a percent of our population during the next 20 years. Thank you again, and we respectfully request your favorable consideration of the proposed revisions to the Transitional Residential Zoning District. And I will add for Mr. Balcom, as the person in Chatham County, the staff has been very receptive to working with him and his product. He is also now looking at a rezoning near Amberley and Carolina Preserve, and this is something that in terms of what they want to build would be really important to the company and their design elements for their detached homes. But again, he could not be here tonight, so he asked me to speak for him.
Mayor, Glenda, don't leave yet. Can she reference the part of the LDO that his statement's about, or does he have it in there?
Yes, ma'am. It's the transitional residential one, which is
what's the number, do you know, staff? Because we want to make sure we align that with
the TR one that reduces the lot size from 6,000 to 5,000.
So it's C1. Okay.
And what's important to him is that reduced combined side setback from 16 feet to 6 feet.
Thank you. Okay. I just thought that might help.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, not your fault.
But he thanks you equally.
Thank you.
Next speaker for the public hearing. Anyone for this public hearing? I'll close the public hearing, open it up to council members for questions or comments.
I have a comment.
Okay.
And first of all, for complete disclosure, I'll say I'm on the Planning and Development Committee, and I totally missed this when it came to us, so I'll just say that right up front. I'm not sure if this is the right place, Chris, for me to make a suggestion for planning and zoning to take into account for some wording, but I would appreciate it, Mr. Swanstrom, if when planning and zoning looks at this, they consider the following. Under item C, use-specific regulations, C1, general modifications and clarification related to specific uses. This is on page 11. It starts on page 11, but on page 18, 12.4, other key terms defined. The purpose of my suggestions is to bring our language in this ordinance into alignment with the current accepted language in the healthcare community. 12.4, other key terms defined. First is massage business. We should change medical practitioner to healthcare provider, make it more provider-neutral language so that you don't keep someone who is who's licensed and certified to do this massage to do it. And the others under medical office. After physicians, we should add other healthcare providers and then go on for the statement to read and other support personnel. And the reason is that there are many licensed healthcare providers out there who open their businesses who are not physicians. Nurse practitioners are one, nutritionists, all kinds of folks. We don't want to have anything in ordinance that keeps people from opening a business when they have every legitimate right to do so. So I'd be happy to give that to planning and zoning in writing if that would be helpful, and I apologize for missing it in P&D.
Good.
The only other thing I'd say is I love G7. I feel like I'm playing bingo. Admin and procedural changes prohibiting phasing in site and subdivision plans. We have seen this time and again. In the last 3 months, we've seen this where people get less than a number so they can get away with not having buffers, not having connectivity. I love G7.
Good.
Go G7.
Other comments or questions?
And one comment, I wanted to thank staff for the exhaustive amount of time that they spent with me with regards to the beekeeping and the community gardens. Having spent time at the Advocates for Health dig-in where beekeeping was talked about, and 3 separate community gardens, the Kirkwood Kildares, the YWCA, and one other, I can't remember it right now, all came up to me there thanking me because they were all looking for beekeeping in their respective community gardens. So thank you very much, staff, for reaching out to them. That was a great job, and I definitely enjoyed reading that part.
Other comments? Okay, this will go to the Planning and Zoning Board. Thank you, Ms. Bierman. We now move to Economic Development Incentive Public Hearing. Mr. Fogelman of our staff will introduce the item, then we'll open up the public hearing, and council may take action on this item tonight. Mr. Fogelman.
Thank you, Mayor. In January, the Cary Town Council, subject to final approval following a public hearing scheduled to take place tonight, tentatively offered an economic development incentive to a company to locate in Cary. Meanwhile, the company also explored opportunities for grant assistance with the North Carolina Department of Commerce and Wake County. With the combination of tentative grant offerings from Cary, Wake County, and the state of North Carolina, Metropolitan Life Insurance Company made the decision to locate some of its operations in Cary. A formal announcement of MetLife's decision was made on March 7, 2013. Because of state statutes requiring that advertising for an associated public hearing take place at least 10 days before the hearing, the soonest council's related public hearing and decision could be scheduled was for tonight's meeting. The public hearing tonight provides an opportunity for interested persons to present their views regarding the proposed economic development incentive grant from the town of Cary to MetLife for their decision to locate in the corporate limits of the town of Cary. Under the proposed contract, the town would provide a grant in the amount of 2.25% of the total taxable property, which is payable over an 8-year time period. This is constructed to be consistent with a new Wake County business investment grant approach that the Wake County Commissioners are expected to consider on Monday. The stipulations of the grant require that a minimum of $50 million in new taxable property be invested in Cary, that at least 250 new full-time jobs paying at least twice the average annual wage in Wake County be added and maintained, and that property taxes due be paid each year in full to Wake County and Cary. Following these criteria being met each year, MetLife will be eligible for the respective annual grant payment, which would be paid over 8 years and then total 2.25% of the property tax base created. While the final property totals won't be known until the property has been constructed, a draft payment schedule has been developed as an example, with new taxable property being added beginning in fiscal year 2016 of the minimum $50 million and growing to an estimated $90 million the next year, fiscal year 2017, Cary would contribute a total of $1.9 million in incentive payments over the 8-year agreement period to MetLife while collecting $2.5 million in tax revenue. If council approves this incentive agreement, Wake County will match the grant amount provided to MetLife. The combination of Cary and Wake County grant amounts will also qualify as matching funds for a North Carolina Department of Commerce 1NC grant. MetLife's location in Cary is expected to add over 1,200 new jobs in Cary with wages at least twice the Wake County average wage. The draft agreement includes these detailed provisions. Since there is currently no new tax base investment, no appropriation of funding is necessary at this time. The budgetary allocation would occur with the approval of each year's adopted operating budget once the minimum thresholds have been met. Following the public hearing tonight, council may take action regarding the incentive agreement. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you to begin the public hearing.
Very good. This time, I'll open up a public hearing for the Economic Development Incentive, and I would invite the first speaker forward at this time. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members for questions, comments, motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Discussion?
Yeah, I guess if nobody else is going to say anything, I will. I'm going to shock the hell out of you and vote for this one.
Oh, my Lord. Such a defibrillator. Get my camera out.
I've done a lot of soul searching, thinking, dwelling, whatever you want to call it on this one. This is just too damn good a deal to pass up.
Get his picture, Jennifer. I want his picture with this.
As a private individual, if I was to invest whatever amount of money over 8 years, and in that time I've got my money back and then some, and then every year after that it's gravy, I mean, who would say no?
Nobody.
Even you.
Not even you.
I really struggle with incentives. I think this will probably be the second one in 5+ years I've supported, the other being an existing company. I can't stand it when government picks winners and losers. I think we need to put a set of rules out there and let everybody play by them, kind of like we do for downtown. Anybody that wants to come downtown gets to play by these rules. We don't go out and, pick. We didn't pick in this one. We didn't even know who the heck it was till WRAL broke the story. Or at least I didn't.
No, we never know who it is until.
You never. I got a phone call.
So.
Oh, you're so special.
So that part of my concern, I guess, is alleviated. But at the end of the day, this is just a hell of a deal. And recurring guaranteed tax revenue based on capital investment and property. So I am actually going to hold my nose and vote for this one.
Could you hold your hand up?
Yes, we want a picture of you with your, please ask for a hand raise, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second and discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
And raise your hand.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Ms. Frantz. Thank you, Mr. Fogelman. Our last public hearing this evening is a community development block grant action. Mrs. Tracy Stondino of our staff will introduce the item, and then we'll open up the public hearing, and council will not take action on this item, and it will be on a future agenda for our vote.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council. Tonight is the scheduled public hearing to hear requests and comments for the use of fiscal year 2014 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. The town expects to receive approximately $399,000 in CDBG funds for fiscal year 2014 from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you. The amount we receive is based on a formula related to our population, housing conditions, and poverty rate, but is largely affected by the amount of funding that Congress allocates to the CDBG program nationally. The CDBG program may be used for a wide variety of activities including affordable housing, public services, and public infrastructure. However, the overarching requirement is that the funds must benefit low and moderate income individuals and families. Fiscal year 2014 will be the 10th year of our CDBG program. In order to receive its annual Community Development Block Grant funds from HUD, the town must submit an annual action plan that identifies the projects and the programs the town intends to support with its grant funds. These projects must be in conformance with the fiscal year 2010-2014 Consolidated Housing Community Development Plan that was adopted by Council in 2009. The public hearing tonight is the final scheduled event to obtain public input on one of the uses of the CDBG funds. Staff has conducted 2 public community meetings. We've also solicited input from other town departments along with a 30-day comment period for the public and conducted a formal application process with our nonprofit partners to gather ideas for projects and initiatives. After the public hearing tonight, staff will present its recommendations for funding allocations to the Planning Development Committee on April 11th. Then on April 18th, Council will be asked to adopt the 2014 Annual Action Plan containing the projects to be funded for fiscal year 2014 to be submitted to HUD. HUD must receive this plan by May 10th. That concludes staff's presentation, and Mayor, I turn it over to you to begin the public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open up the public hearing for Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan and would invite the first speaker forward.
I'm Charles Tyner. All of you know from the White Oak Baptist Church and the White Oak Foundation. I just want to stand tonight to tell you thank you for what you've done for us in the past. I want you to know that we have been a service organization doing what we need to do for the moderate to low-income people in the town of Cary. And I want to say to you tonight, thank you. And if anybody would say to you, Town Council, that you're not doing anything, tell them to see me. You don't have to give an explanation. All you got to do is tell them to see me, and I will certainly give them the facts and information. I've just got a fact sheet, just one sheet, and I know the night is long. By the way, I came in, went back, had service, and come back again. Just a fact sheet. Just want to say thank you, and we look forward to working with you to make the town of Cary the very best. We want to work with you. Thank you for your consideration for what we've asked him for the new year. And if there are any questions, please let us know. Let me also say that without a doubt, your town people are great people, for they came out to our place and had a hearing, public input on this, and it was just excellent. So I just want to tell you that we are partners with you to make the town of Cary better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor and council members, Mr. Manager, my name is Tim Carr, and I have the pleasure of representing the Board of Directors of the Caring Place. And I'm also a volunteer with the Caring Place, so I have a little bit of a passion. Thought that I would share with you a little bit about what we do. We have submitted 2 applications for the CDBG grants this year. The Caring Place teaches homeless, working families with children life skills to attain independent living. It sort of gets them out of that cycle of homelessness. What we provide is essentially a transitional housing program. It is an avenue for homeless working families in the town to break free of the homelessness and really to become financially viable in a permanent housing format right here in Cary. The Caring Place began operations in May of 1993, so we will be celebrating 20 years in May of this year. We were originally part of the Christian Community in Action. Too much of my business coming in the way there. And it's a program that emulates what Step Up Ministries has created, and it really does provide a great avenue for families to finally get out of that cycle. We were incorporated as a 501c3 in 1998. We have worked with almost 300 families since 1993. With a 90% success rate. And our success rate is really measured by how many of the families are still in permanent housing, still being prosperous after 1 year from their graduation. It is a Cary-based program. It does support families through a mentoring process, about 200 volunteers, our support partners, as well as caring sponsors. Usually it's a team of 4 people that work with the family through the 16-week process to help them go through the process of understanding how to balance a checkbook, how to perhaps get a better job or be more satisfied with their job. It helped their children as well with some developmental activities and any issues they might have in getting other services through the county or through the school system. My personal experience as a support partner has been humbling. It is one of those that the family, the light bulb goes off about week 6 into 16, and they're like, wow, we get it. And you just kind of ride the dream from that point on. It really is very satisfying. We do provide the short-term housing, and thanks to your focus over the many years, we actually have several properties. Our triplex has now been up and running almost 5 years, or 10 years rather. That was a joint Wake County Town and HUD funded. And then in the last fiscal year 2009 and fiscal year 2012, we were able to acquire 2 separate duplex units. We still rent 1 apartment, so we're able to support 7 families at one time, which is remarkable. I started with the Caring Place in 1999, and we were struggling to manage 4 families at a time with rental properties. We're a much more viable nonprofit, owning property and being property managers. So this has really helped us out significantly. Our CDBG application this year is to try to meet 2 pressing needs, one to acquire either a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom duplex, similar to what we've done in the past, and the other is a smaller application for a roof replacement at that triplex. That was an existing building. We did an interior renovation to make it an affordable housing, but the roof was not replaced, so it's aged out at this point. We're trying to maintain that asset. Again, none of this would be possible without your consistent support. Representing the board, I want to thank you very much for that. Representing the 200+ volunteers that are Cary residents, I want to thank you as well. And hope you'll consider that in your review of the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Drew Robinson. I'm a Vice President at DHIC, an affordable housing developer, a nonprofit based in Raleigh. I also live in Cary. Next year we will celebrate our 40th anniversary as a nonprofit housing provider. During the last 20 years we've been helping deliver affordable housing to Cary. And we really appreciate the relationship that we've had with you, the support that we've had through CDBG and other funding. We completed our largest project, as many of you know, last year, Highland Village, which is located about 1 mile from here. 230 apartments, affordable apartments, and 48 townhomes. I'm pleased to report that we're 100% occupied. On our most recent phase, Highland Terrace, 80 affordable apartments for seniors. We have a waiting list of 98 people. So that's a multi-year waiting list. So we do want to do another project in Cary next year. Willow Creek, which is off Davis Drive, that would be 53 apartments for seniors. So, you know, that again will just take a small dent in the demand, but it's a step. But really, I just wanted to, again, thank you for the partnership. Thank you for the opportunity to work in Cary. Thank you, Tracy, for the support you provide on the staff level. And we look forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing? Anyone at all? I'll close the public hearing, open it up to council members for any questions or comments.
I just want to say we are so fortunate in this town to have so many wonderful nonprofits. I mean, Jennifer knows probably better than anybody because she and Sheila started the Cary Women's Giving Network. But I'm just amazed at not just the number we have, but the great work they're doing to support our community. It's really humbling.
It's amazing, yeah. It's my understanding, I could be corrected, but my understanding is that many of the people who live in our affordable senior housing have annual incomes of less than $9,000 a year, which is just amazing. So it's nice that we can serve this population.
The need is obviously there.
The need is there based on the waiting list. That's fantastic.
I'm thankful that so many are willing to work so hard to get these folks back on their feet so they can actually take care of themselves and not be dependent upon government agencies.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
I think that the federal government can learn a lot from our nonprofits in Cary.
A lot to be proud of.
Yep. Very good. Thank you, Ms. Dondino. We'll see this at a future meeting.
Thank you.
That takes us to land development discussion items. We're at item F1. It's a rezoning 12 RZ 26, and Ms. Bierman of our staff will introduce the item. We're going to hear from the Planning and Zoning Board representative, and then the council may take action tonight. Ms. Bierman.
Thank you. This is a request to amend a portion of the Chatham Point Planned Development District. The portion affected contains about 3.13 acres. This map shows the location of the property. It's at the northeast corner of West Chatham Street and Old Apex Road. This shows the boundary of the Chatham Point Planned Development District. Phase 1 is currently developed with 196 multifamily units per the existing PDD master plan. Phase 2 is the subject of this request. It's currently undeveloped except for a storm pond that is designed to serve both phases. Just a little bit of history. This request was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board actually on 2 occasions. It was first presented at the February meeting where it received a split vote of 4-4, which was no recommendation. We realized at that time that there actually should have been a public hearing because there was a parking reduction requested after the initial public hearing before council. So this was taken back to P&Z in March for the public hearing, and at that time the applicant made some additional changes in response to concerns that they heard from P&Z at the meeting in February. So with that background, this slide shows the evolution of some of the changes with the proposed zoning conditions. The applicant has proposed 3 changes from the initial conditions from the initial public hearing. First, the proposed streetscape that was, they proposed a streetscape reduction from 30 feet to 15 feet and have since increased that so that it would be only a 20-foot streetscape with a decorative fence. And second, the PDD text was revised related to building height to reflect the standards that are applicable to non-residential districts, and specifying that there would be a maximum height of 54 feet with some limits on the percentage of the building that would be between the 50 and 54 feet to be a little bit more precise with that request. And then third, the applicant did propose a parking reduction that started out at 20% and has now been reduced to a 16% reduction. This slide shows the existing land use plan designation of MXD, or mixed use. The comprehensive transportation plan does designate West Chatham Street and Old Apex Road as major thoroughfares. And per the LDO amendments adopted in February of this year, the transportation and traffic concerns are now considered at the time of the rezoning. And in this case, a traffic study was conducted, and the applicant has included in the PDD document a commitment to complete all of the improvements that were recommended in the study. No protest petition was received. There were no speakers at the Town Council hearing or the Planning and Zoning Board public hearing other than the applicant. And Mr. Swanstrom is here to present the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation.
Good evening again. This is another case where we had some interesting and fairly extensive discussions, given the fact that we didn't have any public hearing speakers. I think we spent an awful lot of time just trying to understand this. Should explain that we had 2 chances to vote on this, and we kind of voted differently on those 2 chances. And I expect one of you is going to want to ask, well, why did that happen? Because the changes weren't terribly different. We did have several concerns that were expressed at both of those votes. The first one was density, that it is higher than the Phase 1, which is the development to the north, and that it just looked too dense for this area. There was a concern about the parking reduction. We had a great deal of conversation about this because it is contiguous with an apartment complex, a residential community, and the applicant had done some study work to determine that about half of the parking spaces in the existing community were available at times, were empty at times when the commercial property would be needing spaces. It turned out it wasn't quite as good as that, but it looked, I think, to several of us as if the 16% reduction probably wasn't unreasonable and that there probably was going to be enough parking. We all had some concerns about the streetscape, particularly in reducing a streetscape and replacing what would have been an optimal streetscape with basically a wall. Not ideal. The applicant convinced several of our members that the wall and streetscape concession was valid based upon the nature and configuration of the property and development constraints, because it is a fairly, if you've been out there, you'll know it's a fairly sloped property and it was going to be a challenge in any case. We had one comment that we would have liked a little bit more commercial in this space. But I think the comment was made earlier tonight that you get as much commercial as the market will bear. And I don't know that it would have been a great benefit to put more commercial in and have it empty. And so the developer convinced us that the level of commercial he's committing is what he believes he can market and not more. And we did vote to approve this with a vote of 6-3. And I should tell you, the first time we voted, it was 4-4 with one member absent.
Okay, very good. Questions for Mr. Swanstrom?
I actually don't have questions for you, Al. I wanted to comment on this.
Okay.
I thought you did a good job, but if someone else has questions, I'll
Anybody?
defer to them.
Okay.
Yeah, was there a lot of discussion around the density? You said there was some discussion, the magnitude of the density? You know, could you kind of give me some insight on that?
Well, I think there was a general concern that this was denser than the apartment community to the north, and it was pretty dense. In terms of number of units per acre, it was significantly denser than the unit to the north. And, you know, we really like the idea of mixed-use development, but this put a lot of the residential in the mix. And that was a continuing anxiety, I think, for those that voted against it. It was one of the key reasons they voted against it.
Can I put some math around that for you? Okay. So phase 2, okay, so the current phase 1 is 196 units on 13.15 acres, so it's got a density of 14.9 units per acre. And the proposed phase 2 at 59 units on 3.13 acres is 18.9 units per acre, 4 more units per acre on a smaller lot. Phase 2 is 76% smaller than phase 1 and 27% more dense. And my question is why? You know, I'm going to just jump to the chase here that I can't support it more dense. Why should it be more dense than phase 1? It's smaller and it's more dense. I totally think mixed use is the right thing for this parcel, but I think it should be the same density as its neighbor, and I don't think it should have a 20-foot streetscape. I don't see any rationale for that. I can't support it the way it is. I can support if it were to come back, same density and with a 30-foot streetscape. I just don't think there's any rationale offered for why it's 76% smaller and 27% more dense. It makes no sense to me.
Do you want to make that a motion to table or a motion to deny and let them?
Well, is the applicant here? And what would they like to see happen? Do you want it denied or do you want it tabled? Or do you want it attempted to be denied? I shouldn't assume anything. Yeah, because, or give us some rationale for why it makes sense to have this little parcel that much more dense. because I had concerns about this the first time it came up, as you remember.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Kevin Johnston with Phillips Development. I guess part of the reason why, just so we understand, the site is complex. It's 3.1 acres. It drops about 30 to 35 feet from Apex Road down Chatham Point. We have about an acre worth of retention pond that's on the site that is feeding both Chatham Point and also Swift Creek. In order to, make up for the parking to support the units, plus the commercial, we have to put part of that pond under the ground. So we're faced with that. Additionally, we've tried to put some green spaces and so forth onto the parcel, so it doesn't look all one building. And what we're trying to do, we're trying to create affordable housing for a wide range of people, okay? So part of what we did, the unit mix there, we have basically the one bedrooms, we have quite a big demand for the young affluent people coming in that can't afford homes or so forth. And we're trying to create a very efficient, one bedroom unit that's a price point that, the young folks that are graduating from college or whatever that are just starting out, they can afford. So part of the density equation is like some of our one bedroom units on Swift Creek are about 891 square feet. The one bedrooms over on Chatham Point are 659 square feet. Okay, so we have a little bit more of the one bedroom smaller units. So the four you're talking about is kind of packing in those smaller units, into that site. If you looked at the site overall, the 250 units over 16 acres, then the density on the site is somewhere, I believe, like 16 units per acre is what that math comes out to be. So when the retail that we have that we're trying to offer up there, we're maximizing that out as far as we can go. 10,000 square feet is what we think we can get into it. The building is built so that there's somewhat of a split building, if you will, with a basement, if you imagine. So part of the building, it goes down the hill, so there's units down on the bottom of it that steps up. We're building in Research Triangle Park right now on a very complex site. We have a very good engineer, Stewart Engineering, who did Swift Creek parcel. They're actually also doing our Research Triangle Park deal. We've gone as far as we can with trying to pack as much as we can onto a difficult site. The streetscape side of it is about, again, 20 feet. And what we've done, if you haven't been down Apex Road.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Well, I hope you like my pine trees out there. So I'm from eastern North Carolina. I've tried to clean up, the pine trees, if you notice down there, clean them all up, to make it look really nice. And I was noticing today when we were there, we have a lot of those same small pines, around the corner. I grew up in the Croatan National Forest, so I know how to strut up, southern yellow pine up to make it look good. If I see you're passing around some of what the streetscape is, what we're trying to do is make that area a catalyst, in there. And the fence and everything that we have is partially, iron with, some stonework on it. And the round rotunda that you see up at the corner will be the corner of that, Chatham and Apex Road. I think it's going to be beautiful. I think it'll be a catalyst for the area. I think it'll be a marked improvement over some of the existing commercial facilities there. I think the mayor was out recently. We've got great families and all that stuff that are living, in our communities there. We've expanded Apex Road with all the lights and stuff. People are able to walk and go forth there. When I left the last time when we were at the planning and zoning meeting on the parking, we're asking for 133 parking spaces here. I left, we were first on the agenda last time, so we got out of here about 7 o'clock, I think. I counted 133 open parking spaces at Swift Creek the night I walked out of here. It was about 7 o'clock at night. So the backside of Swift Creek, is basically all open all the time. we're trying to connect that together on the backside with a, stairwell, if you will, so that people, can walk through there. If there is overflow parking required, they would go there. Don Phillips and I, the owner who, developed Swift Creek, like I said, we both are from Eastern North Carolina. We just transitioned to Tampa, Florida, because it got a little cold up here in the wintertime for us. But we right now manage a 11,000 square foot mixed-use building that we have professional office space in, and we have 250 units above it. We're 100% occupied in the building right now with a big mix of different professional people that live in the building, live, work, play right there. And what happens we see with parking is a changing of the guard, I call it. We come to work in the morning at 8 o'clock. The residents are going to work, they're leaving to go other places, so we got abundance of parking. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, we decide to leave, go home, they're all coming back, so there's kind of a changeover. So we don't really see, an issue with the parking from our actual experience that we have going on. The site was originally, zoned right for commercial, and, if we want a CVS pharmacy on the corner, those are about 10,000 square feet. If you wanted 45,000 square feet, I'm not sure if you can find somebody to come in and put 4 stories on that corner there to fit in what, maybe office or something, I don't know. But we think we have tried to do exactly what the town wanted us to do. We thought, understanding that mixed use was what fits there well. And we've already invested quite a bit already with, getting the project where it is. We've tried to do everything we possibly can to mitigate any of the concerns that we've had. That's basically all I have, unless you have any other questions.
Thanks. Well, thanks very much for that. Actually, I'm not quite sure I heard the answer to. So one of the big concerns expressed at P&Z in here is density, and I haven't heard you say anything about whether it could be less dense. If it was the same density as Phase 1, it would be 47 units. I'm rounding up because it would be 46.6. I haven't heard you say whether that's acceptable to you. I haven't heard anybody say mixed use is not appropriate for this parcel. I think we believe that. So, but the question becomes, can it be less dense and still meet what you're trying to do? I heard you talk about the 800 and some square foot one-bedroom units and how great they do. If you had fewer units, you'd have more of that size because you're building 600.
Well, what we're running into now, if we start building more 3-bedroom units over there, a lot of people are transitionary people moving into houses, buying homes and so forth. You're trying to, another petitioner was in here for 400 more housing units to go in. There's a reason, because there's a demand for it. And so we just, we're trying to build something in there that will mix well for all income types and all needs. And, and the mix when we end up at the end, we're 42% on 1s and 40% on 2s and 17% on 3s is kind of where we're at. And that's a pretty good mix from what our experience is on a successful project.
So less density means you'd have to have fewer one-bedrooms?
I'm sorry?
Less density would mean you have to have fewer one-bedrooms, because that's doesn't, is that what that means?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
A 3-bedroom
Three
is
bedrooms
still
takes up more
1
space.
unit,
Right,
but it's
right.
much more square footage.
Right.
So if you actually had 1-bedrooms, you would get more density.
Right, okay.
Right.
Well,
So, for example, ma'am,
thank you, Don.
the 3 bedrooms are 1,400 square feet.
Okay, so quite a bit bigger than
And the
one
1 bedrooms are 659 square feet. And some of it comes down to economics, on pro forma to drive revenue in order to afford it. So, and that's where we see the demand at. We see the demand, RTP for it. Swift Creek was that way, and we're building in Charlotte right now. It's the same. So, we're trying to build those units efficiently with new energy conservation things in mind and stuff, for the residents. We're trying to get to a point actually where people can go back to, as Don Phillips would say, is one payment, like a car payment. Exactly what you're paying for every month, on a unit, because you can predict what the power, the utilities, and all that stuff are going to be, and you can include that in the rent. So we're excited about the project. I think we're trying to make it as a catalyst, if you will, for that corner there. We hope to beautify it. I would just ask, for your support. It'll be a good project if we're able to build it.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
So if I'm hearing you right, then the reason, so I'm going to move to the streetscape, since obviously you don't feel that you can move on the density issue. Did you say that you feel like the 20% 20-foot streetscape is necessary because of the way the BMP has to be positioned and because you've included green space in the parcel so that it's not a sea of asphalt?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. In the courtyard there's some greenscape areas that are part of it, and then the pond. The pond that's existing now, part of that goes underground. Some of the parking has to go under that, and then that gets smaller and shifts towards Chatham and the train trestle back there, if you will. So
two other site constraints that we are I'm sorry, I'm dealing with a cold too, so sorry. There's two other site constraints that we're dealing with on the site as well. This topography and then having the buffer with the railroad. So the 3.13 with the 40-foot that we have set on the railroad makes it challenging. The topography makes it challenging. So we originally came through with 15 feet, and we heard the concerns of Planning and Zoning Board. So we went back and we pushed and pulled as much as we could. We were able to get an additional 5 feet out of it. And then in talking with staff, we were trying to come up with some other mitigation options to be able, since we understood because of the site constraints, we couldn't get to 30 feet. Well, what else could we do to offer? And staff suggested a decorative wall. So the drawing that I sent around is to kind of give you an idea of what the streetscape looks like and what the fence would look like. So it gives you an idea of the protection from the from the roadway, showing the sidewalk, the streetscape, the fence, and then into the parking in the building.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Frantz?
I'm not so much concerned with the density as much as I am ensuring the quality. I look at the sketch plan that's illustrative, obviously, it's not set in stone, and I see this thingy, which I love it. This would be really awesome as one of our gateways into downtown. What assurances do we have that we get this? I guess is what I'm...
That's what we're going to build, because we've already spent a lot of money on that design, sir. We started the process on this last summer. We're actually taking a lot of risk here. We're concurrently running our site plan, our architectural design, concurrently with this rezoning. And we met with Mr. Shiver on that issue to try to concurrently do this stuff early on. So time is money for us, and we try to smartly do things. We met with the staff here early on when we started the process and tried to incorporate any of their comments or concerns into that, but we're down the rail on it.
I mean, I'm very familiar with the site. I drive by it. It's one of my test drives. Not so much lately, thanks to some construction in the area. But very familiar with the site. Would love to see the site redeveloped. It is kind of currently a blight on the community, in my opinion. I really like what I see here, and I get the density is just not so much of a concern to me.
Yeah.
I kind of find it a little, one's too dense or not dense enough, and then this one might be too dense. I'm more concerned with the quality than I am the density.
I was just looking for consistency.
It's really tough because so many times we've been burned by really beautiful conceptual drawings, and then we approve it and we find out it's nothing like it. So we've been trying to really tie down the conditions so that they reflect the images that we're seeing. So I think that's where the disconnect is, because everybody loves this. I mean, if we had some kind of assurance, but you can't make this a condition. You can't say, oh, my drawing is a condition, because...
Well, I can assure you that plan is way down the road right now. And we're a Class A plus multifamily developer. We build really high-end stuff. Swift Creek for us is somewhat of a, if you were on a silver, bronze, gold level, of features, Swift is our bronze. So we actually wanted to step up Chatham Point a little above what Swift was. The features, we're the granite, stainless steel, guys. That's what we put into our units. We spend a lot of money. If you've driven through Swift Creek and looked at the landscaping and stuff that we put in our units and the way we maintain it, that's what we do. I can assure you, Don Phillips, the owner, the developer, who's built lots of stuff up here in the Carolinas, will be building that. We've already started having discussions with stone guys that we work with that does stone work on our buildings to try to separate that out. But we have to make it fit and flow into the Swift Creek existing architecture.
Okay, well, I'm going to go out on faith on this, and if you hung around here a lot, you would know what an exception this is for us, at least for me. I never make a motion based on something that's not tied down with better conditions. But I'm going to go out on faith on this and make a motion that we approve 12 REZ 26.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion?
Slow Ed.
Yeah, I appreciate that for some, the density is not an issue. We are seeing more of this. I mean, we just approved one a couple of months ago, 22 units to an acre. And same argument, oh, the topography is this way, the topography is that way. I can't get my head around that level of density. There was a time at retreats we held the line on 8 units to an acre. Now, I understand those days are gone, and I understand that times are changing, but it's way too dense for my comfort level. So,
How many units again?
It's 59 units.
Okay.
Other comments?
To the entire, track.
I want to make a comment after the vote, if that's okay, for the benefit of this nice
Any
meeting.
more comments? We have a motion and second and discussion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
The motion carries 5-2.
May I?
And we have a reasonable consistency. You
Oh,
want to speak
no,
before
no.
that?
No, we can do that.
I'll just say real fast, my kids go to school across the street from this, so I'll enjoy watching this come out of the ground.
So we want a motion for the
day.
comprehensive plan consistency.
Not for me.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Don.
No, I don't have it on the screen. I was going to find it.
I was going to find it too, so whoever gets there first can.
It's on the agenda. Yeah, it's on the agenda. Well, actually, it's option A.
It's option A. Okay, I'll go ahead and.
Here, I'll make the motion.
Got
it. Do we really have to read the entire thing
Yes, you
out,
do.
don't we? Okay. What did I do? In accordance with the North Carolina GS 160A 383, Town Council must approve a consisting, make a motion for consistency and reasonableness statement of 12 REZ 26. Section 1, rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and Section 2, based upon information presented at the public hearing sent by the applicant, and based upon the recommendations and detailed information developed by staff and/or the Planning and Zoning Board contained in the staff report, and considering the criteria of 3.41E and 3.4.3E of the Town of Cary Land Development Ordinance, rezoning 12 REZ 26 is reasonable and in the public interest.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
5-2. Motion carries. Ms. Adcock.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Johnston, so much for answering the questions, and I appreciate that you and your partner did such a good job of this. But I just want to give you a little piece of advice, is when we have something before us and we're told by anybody, well, if you don't approve this, you're going to get a Walgreens or a CVS, it's very off-putting. I thought I would just offer that little piece of advice, because we don't know what would happen. And you said that a couple of times.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Adcock. We now go to closed session. I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'm on a roll. Pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with the attorneys employed by and/or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the town. Among other things, the council expects to receive advice concerning the following lawsuit: Panther Creek, Raleigh LP, and Cary Park Associates LLC versus the Town of Cary and Wake County Board of Education, and Fairway Outdoor Advertising LLC versus the Town of Cary, and to prevent the disclosure of information that is made privileged or confidential by GS 143-318-10E.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we're in closed session. We'll reconvene our council meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.